Okay, now invite, clip. Okay, guys, I think we're back. Hey there, guys. All right, here's Brandon. Let's get us here.
Nice.
All right, now can everybody see us? We don't know what happened, John. We just kind of fell off. Apparently, the Empire had found our broadcast and was trying to stop us from broadcasting. Hey, TW, how you doing? We are live. Yes. Yeah, better. Can everybody see us now?
Are you getting an echo when I
No.
talk?
Not anymore. He has endless hours to sit and chat with everyone. Oh, yeah. I'm going to get that up while I'm here.
Is that better? No echo?
Anybody? I don't hear an echo anyway.
Oh, well, okay. Then it's just a me issue. No, it's all good, Luke. I ended up getting the unlimited one, but it's frustrating that I had an issue now that I started paying for it. It might be an issue because I'm broadcasting out to 3 different places.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Something got caught up in maybe the Twitter feed or something.
Yeah. Not sure, though, but...
So, everybody, welcome, Foolish Mortals, to a preemptive live chat with a very special guest star, Mr. Apprentice Walk.
Hey there.
So, please, everybody, if you haven't subscribed to his channel, please go subscribe to his channel. Yeah, I can block myself and put myself in timeout. Neat.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know why I did that. I'll have to look into why that happened.
Yeah. That's right.
The Empire can...
We have monkey lizards on our side.
And Ewoks.
We don't... the Empire does not have any idea what they're dealing with. Hey, Ultimate World, how's it going? Damn, it's 469. Nice.
Awesome.
I think pretty much everybody who's crossed over here is pretty much already tagged off on everybody else. However, if any of my mods are in and want to drop other links, please do. I have my handy dandy spreadsheet, so I can do it as well.
I'll get... That's just so weird. I don't know why we were getting... I might go back. Going to be much higher when I get back from Disney. Nice. That's awesome. Maybe it's your Ethernet cable if you're hardwired. I learned that there's Cat 5 that's weaker than Cat 6. I have Cat 6. And if people don't remember, I was having issues when I was trying to stream in like January, where my streams just kept dying out, and we got a new router, and to me it looks like I'm clearer on this stream than I was.
Yeah, see, I look fuzzier on my end than I was on yours.
And I think that's because you're using more to broadcast it.
Yeah.
So maybe I don't send it out to Periscope and Twitch, since it was mostly people on YouTube. Yeah.
I know a lot of people use Periscope. Twitch is a great idea, though.
Yeah.
I know some guys who do a podcast and they do Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. And they eventually dropped Facebook because they just thought it was draining too much off of them.
Mm.
But
yeah. It's nice too, especially since I'm what is it called? I'm an affiliate on Twitch now, because I think I have 72 followers on Twitch, even though I haven't done anything on Twitch for a while.
I just set up my Twitch stuff yesterday. Apparently, I'd done it at some point already and didn't know so. But should have just had Darth Blaze come down and do all that work while you were gone. Could have gotten him out of the cold, off the mountain.
Doing a live stream Friday, then leaving for Disney Saturday morning.
Wow. You're gonna have such a good time. You really are. I love Disney. Even with stuff shut down as it is, you're gonna miss some stuff, but there's always so much to do. You always miss stuff in your first trip. Yeah. So actually having 25% of the place shut down might actually be good. But I don't know, because I don't understand how Twitch works. I'm not sure if I have to have the stuff on my computer. It says I can stream from my Xbox to Twitch. Mm-hmm. So if I did that, I'd probably be doing Diablo. I tried playing some Battlefront. Oh my goodness. I was killed generally by the second or third rebel I ran into. Not even real people. So I haven't played video games in so long. I got to get the motion of my hands back again. I'm just not used to having to do two controllers at the same time and keep my head pivoted and all that stuff. There's a lot of standing around at Disney anyway, Luke. There really is.
And when I went, I was by myself, so I could go on the single rider lines. And I was I think I went in 2 days, I went on Smuggler's Run about 12 times.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you never left Star Wars Land.
I did.
It's mostly amazing to me that you didn't go to the rest of the park while you were there.
I did walk around the different areas. Like I went, I did go on Pirates of the Caribbean. I went over and did Star Tours. I went through the Toy Story stuff. I went and walked around and saw each one of the areas. I watched the parade go through the main part. But yeah, I did spend most of my time in Galaxy's Edge.
Well, and there's a lot to see. There is. But I know I'll be limited. We're going to be there for a week. But I know that I'll end up there a couple different times. I got to set up all my reservations for the parks themselves here very shortly. Smirking, you should. It's a lot of fun, and it really is just sitting around and BSing with friends, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. It really is. Yes, you should definitely avoid any holidays. We're going the first week of December because Mom wants to go for Christmas decorations, and it'll be the week after Thanksgiving. So we should catch a window in between, which they think should be pretty good. So hopefully.
Yeah.
Anyway, so back to what we were talking about. So I don't remember where we left off. Basically, books are better than movies, but if you can keep those separate in your mind, that's all good. Yeah. Just like a lot of people love the Marvel movies, but they complain that they're not exactly like the comic book.
Right.
Well, that comic book is, 25 pages long and has like 120 words in it.
Yeah.
You're not going to get all that out of it. and they have to change things for characters they don't own. And Civil War was a bigger thing in the comics. Yeah, but the Civil War movie was better than any of the Civil War stuff they've ever done in the comics.
Yeah.
They changed the characterization of some of the characters, but that's okay because they're fixing some things. Like if I can go on a small tangent for a second.
You're good.
the new Justice League movie, it's 4 hours long. It really needed to be about 3.5. They could have still cut about a half hour out of that movie. But they had the ability of hindsight to see exactly what did not work in the original Justice League cut and everything everybody hated about Suicide Squad, Batman versus Superman, and to some extent Aquaman. Everybody loved Wonder Woman, so you can't even throw her in. That was a great movie. But so they were able to go back and say, okay, this didn't work. People hated this bit. Let's make sure we cut that out. Yeah. And Zack Snyder's like, oh, I've never even seen the other version of the movie. BS, dude. Come on. You watched it. Now I'm all for this version of the film. The original one was bad. This is much better, but it's better in the same way I like Batman versus Superman, the extended version, than the original.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, it's great. They added about 23 minutes into the movie, and all of it was plot.
Oh, wow.
So there's still the stupid Martha stuff. There's still the stupid Gotham is next to, Metropolis junk. But they made Clark Kent and Lois Lane reporters and investigators and actually characters. And same with Batman. They made him a real kind of detective that actually was trying to figure things out. And it was all plot stuff that was, they added a little bit to Lex Luthor's character.
Okay.
But not a whole lot, because all he was doing was playing the same character from Social Network anyway. Yeah. But really, the Justice League was really well. This movie was good. And I'm sad for everybody who loves it, because they're not going to make a sequel to this. There won't be a Justice League 2 because they've already pissed off the guy who plays Cyborg. They've already said Henry Cavill is not going to be Superman anymore.
Yeah.
Batfleck doesn't want to be in anything else anymore. So they can't continue this idea, which is too bad, because they did leave some good things at the end. I keep forgetting you're not controlling the chat anymore. So now we're really far behind. Let's see. Let's get back up here. So was I, and so was Brandon.
Yeah.
And we've both come out of our shells a little bit more. If I'm in a group of people, if you watch my normal live streams on Monday when I don't have a guest or something, I do fuddle a little bit, because I don't really know what to say to everybody and what exactly I know what we're going to be talking about, but I kind of like, have I talked about this figure long enough? Am I ready to move on? And especially once we get to the point where we only have like three or four people in the stream, then it's just me talking to a couple people. But with Brandon here, it's more like a conversation with you guys. It's more like cons used to be, where once the con was winding down for the day, you could sit in a little group and we'd all have our drink or a snack and just sit around and BS. Everybody will be going. I think Disney is not prepared for the amount of people that are going to start wanting to come back to the parks once everything's reopened, because we've all been trapped for so long that everybody's going to be like, I want to go to Disney. GeForce, I forget that Avatar even is a thing at Disney World.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Sleeping, when you go, make sure you go to the Avatar land. But I've heard what you really want to do is kind of buzz through it during the day, but come back at night, because it's an incredible experience at night. Everything is glowing in black lights, and the rocks that are hanging from the air are incredible. And it's supposedly a really great night experience. And that's over in Animal Kingdom. So, and that's why you keep forgetting, because I always forget Animal Kingdom exists, really. Nathan's here. What's up? Yep. Like I say, everybody's going to be going.
Yeah. I went 5 days before it shut down, because I went Sunday and Monday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then it closed on Saturday. So technically 4 days before it shut down.
I do tend to rant randomly if you push the right button, but it's not a bad rant. You want a bad rant? Talk to me about J.J. Abrams' Star Trek. Man, I hate that man. Anyway, which is too bad because if you saw how he saved the Mission Impossible series, Mission Impossible 2 or 3 was a disaster, and he came in and he fixed it because he returned it to what it was, which was a group. It was a team. It wasn't just Tom Cruise every second of the film. And everyone since then has done more and more money because they remember that it's a team effort doing these. Then he went to Star Trek and just ruined it. And then came to Star Wars and he's like, well, I've never actually really liked... He went to Star Trek and he was like, I don't really like Star Trek, so I'm going to make the first Star Trek a Star Wars movie, which he did. It was basically episode 4. Then he came to Star Wars and he's like, I love Star Wars so much, I'm going to make episode 4 again.
Again.
Get over episode 4. Move on. But, JLA, I'm glad that we got to see the Snyder Cut. There's rumors that we're now going to see the cut of Suicide Squad. That was supposedly pretty much finished before, all that. Dude, that movie would have been an hour long if they'd have cut the slow-mo out of it. That's just that's a Zack Snyder thing. You just have to accept that he could, I don't know, that man.
It was a lot.
There's a lot of slow motion, and it's like, I don't. Now that big battle scene on Themyscira, that was very well done. He has an incredible eye for what he wants. I just wish he wouldn't be like, and slow down and look at this. This is important, dude. We figure that out. It's, we got it. We're good. But yeah, and they are completely separate movies. There almost are no shots from the original Justice League movie reused in this film. And they did expand the plot quite a lot. See, I told you. Suddenly, for no reason, Bilbo Baggins is going to spike on YouTube. And it's going to be us. We did that. I live in Colorado, so we get to do that a lot. And I do love that. But I love people watching. And what I really like is I almost said it in a weird way. I really like watching little kids. But I love watching kids at Disney because it's their dreams come to life. And when they see Cinderella walking down and they're like, oh my, wow. And look, there's Winnie the Pooh. And I love the joy that it brings kids. I don't have kids. I'm never going to have kids. So I would love to take, kids to the park. Their parents willing to loan them to me. But so I don't get to do that. So I love watching families have fun. Yeah. And I'm taking my mom and my best friend and my best friend from England, and we're all going to go for a week. And that's kind of like Vegas. Vegas is a lot of people watching. It is a lot of drinking. It is a lot of walking, but it's also a lot of people watching. There's a lot of cool stuff to watch in Vegas. And that's how I feel about Disney. It's well, he is allowed 2 carry-ons. So
carry me on.
Hey. Ezra is now that we know a little bit about him and his problems, that he's been made an odd character. I didn't mind his portrayal as a Flash, but I really like the guy on TV, Grant something.
I haven't seen any of that.
He really is real well done. That Flash is another show that just repeats itself over and over, so I kind of stopped watching. And then it got to the point where you had to watch that and Arrow and Supergirl and I suppose that kind of time. See?
Yeah.
Not weird at all.
One of my favorite things was watching a little girl fall down and hurt her hand, and need to get a bandage. And the person who was playing Ray went over, picked her up, talked to her, brought her over, washed her hand out, got somebody to do a bandage pad, and then walked her back to her parents and talked to her the whole time. The little girl went from bawling to just looking up at her in awe. And that was probably one of my favorite moments while at Disney.
And that may have made a new Star Wars fan forever. Mm-hmm. And somebody who will adore Rey until they watch the Rise of Skywalker. No, you don't drink and people watch at Disney. You do that at Epcot. That's what Epcot's for. Almost every land now has a drink, and they have drink carts in between the lands. So you'd be surprised how much drinking and people watching there is at Epcot.
Wow. Love Simon Pegg.
I must have missed something where we were talking about Simon Pegg, but I love Simon Pegg. If anybody's watching who actually likes Simon Pegg, and he's the star of Shaun of the Dead, he's in the new Mission Impossible movies. Some of his greatest work is actually done in a series called Spaced, and it's the first thing him and the director he worked on with Shaun of the Dead did, and it's 2 seasons, and it's almost 2 seasons of perfect TV. It's just about
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's a great show. It has all the same kind of cuts that they do in the Shaun of the Dead and all that. Great show. It should be on Netflix. If it's not, it's probably on BritBox. But it's a great show. Grant Gustin, that's his name. Yeah, and he is incredible as Barry. He's incredibly believable. And I love the fact that they got the original Flash to be, the 80s Flash to be on the show.
Oh, cool.
And they got Mark Hamill to come back. They do this. I don't understand why the CW has the DC universe down so well, but they can't get it together in their movies. You know, they have, or the animated people. The animated people pump out those animated movies once every couple months, it seems, and almost every single one of them is brilliantly done. And they're starting the animated Batman series back up again. So that's supposed to be a Netflix. It was supposed to be a Netflix exclusive, but I bet you it ends up as an HBO Max now. So we'll see how that runs. See, I do like him, but you only have a couple different people to pick from. You have the 80s Flash, which I kind of liked, but he was a very 80s guy. And then you have Ezra, who I kind of liked, but ever since he choked that fan out, I don't, Generally, I can separate the people from their actions.
Mm-hmm.
But that one, when you attack a fan, I don't, Nice. Wow. I liked Lost, but Lost its way during that writer's strike. And when Disney forced him to have an extra season that they didn't want. And 10 days, holy smoke. Josh, have you ever seen the real ending of Lost that they did for San Diego Comic-Con? If not, you should go look for that online. It's the Man in Black and Jacob who were talking about the ending and how people are going to be pissed. And it was written by the guys who did Lost and produced and everything because they knew they'd screwed up. And by the time Comic-Con came around, they were like, well, we're sorry. Here's this. And it was actually very well done. Vegas is fun, but Vegas is one of those places you can't go to for a week. I find if you're there for more than 3 days, it's just too much Vegas. It really is. I used to go to the Supernatural cons every year.
Ooh.
And they were a blast. But really, it's too much drinking. It's too much food. It's too much. You never feel like you can wind down in Vegas.
I was only there for 5 hours on my connecting flight to LA when I went to Disney.
I won $800. It was awesome. I almost missed my connecting plane back to Denver because they hadn't come and gotten me my money yet.
Oh.
You have to, when you win a certain amount of money, you have to sign for it. And they have to do the tax form and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I almost missed my plane because I won money in the lot. Hopefully she's still there. With Disneyland being closed for so long, hopefully they'll bring her back.
Mm-hmm.
Rey was a great character in the first Force Awakens. So much potential. All of them did. Finn, especially Finn. Yeah. I still think, in a way, Finn was supposed to be the star of the movie, and he got pushed aside. Yep. For Rey, which they juggled Han, Leia, and Luke just fine. You can't find writers who can juggle the 3 new characters.
Yeah.
I don't know. No, because I'm an inbox collector, so they can't get out and do stuff at night. Brandon, those little things behind him, they get up, they do stuff, they move around, they go on adventures. One of them might have even lost a hand, and he wouldn't know for weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We have a Ghostbusters group in town here, too, that does that. They do charity events and stuff. And I know some guys who are with the 501 who do a lot of charity events. And they're great guys. Side rant. So I love the 501. They do so much charity work. Why are we pushing these Nazis as heroes? The Empire is fascist. The Empire kills millions of people. Maybe not the stormtroopers because they can't hit anything. So maybe they're in the way of good guys. But the rebellion has its own charity group that does stuff. But that's not who the kids want to see. They want to see the stormtroopers. And they want to see Vader. And I just think it's funny that in a weird way, the Empire won the PR battle. And, that's a side rant of just things I noticed that, because I've got some really good friends who are the 501, and I asked them, and they're like, yeah, but they have the best uniforms. It's like, exactly. They have great uniforms. You know why the Nazis had great uniforms? Because Versace, I think it was Versace, designed them. That's why they looked so crisp. They had nice lines and, but yeah, the rebellion needs new uniforms is what, in the end, what I'm saying is get some new uniforms. Yeah. Dave's seen Spaced. If you have time, watch an episode or 2 and you'll be hooked, Brandon. It's all, they're half hours. They're British comedies, so they're barely a half hour. So sorry. And I've taken over your interview.
No.
Let's go back to what you wanted to talk about.
No, I'm on your channel now.
Yeah, but I don't. Okay. Let's see. So you said you did a lot of stuff with your mom growing up. And is that, when did you start straying, let's say, into was it because of your size for football and stuff? Or is it just something to do?
No, she actually got me involved in football as well. She's a huge Minnesota Vikings fan. And, it took me years to actually catch up and learn to love football from her, because my mom and my grandpa are big football fans, and my uncle. And, I was 6'2", 330 pounds as a 7th grader. And
that's about where I was too.
Yeah. So I haven't grown much since then. I've grown like an inch since 7th grade, but yeah,
I haven't grown up. I've grown out a little bit.
Yeah. But no, the one thing that she has kind of gotten from me is basketball. She wasn't a big basketball person, but I played basketball in from 8th grade on, and I'm a huge basketball fan. And she started to learn and love the game of basketball from me. She watches she watches more basketball than I do now. So that's one of the things I picked up from her. But most of pop culture stuff. Like she used to work at a movie theater. She used to work at an arcade, and her boss would give her extra money, and she'd go and get the high scores on the machines, and it would piss the guys off. So they were just like, well, we can't have her beating our high scores. So then they'd keep pumping money in trying to beat her score.
Brilliant.
Yep. So Aliens, Indiana Jones, Terminator, Predator, Star Wars, all of that stuff is all from her that I.
My mom never really wanted me to play football because when I was 7 or 8, I actually lost my left eye.
Oh,
I
wow.
got a nail about that long. So we were stupid. We were kids, and you didn't have video games or anything yet. Didn't have cell phones, nothing like that. So we thought what would be a fun game is to take this rusty nail we found in the street, tie a string to it, pound it into the ground, and then flick it up. And I went first. And of course, I didn't have glasses then because I didn't need them because I had 2 functioning eyes. And so it shot right here in the corner of my eye.
Oh.
And I'll tell you, the weirdest feeling in the world is grabbing a nail and feeling your eye pull out of your head. And so I stopped that. Makes a weird sucking sound if you're interested. And then to top it all off, they called the ambulance. The ambulance turned the wrong way. Clearly, there are several mothers and me sitting there and several screaming children freaking out. The ambulance just kind of looks down and is like, no, thank you. It goes the other way. But so for the longest time, I wasn't allowed to play sports because no sports league would take me because of the insurance liability.
Oh, wow.
So, truth. So when I was as big as I was, I had high school teachers who were coaches, and they hit me up every, come on, football's coming up, you want to play. And I kind of gave in to peer pressure just to do it. And I also did it because it was a foolish effort to stop people from picking on me, because I was big and I was tall and I liked Star Wars, and it was a way to kind of try and fit in with the, jockey crowds and stuff.
Yeah.
And it did actually work a little bit. I pulled some of them into some comics and stuff like that. One of them's a comic producer now, but
oh, wow.
So that kind of worked. But yeah, and then they had to go, and I was one of the first people in our district to have to wear one of those shields inside my thing, so I wouldn't get my eyes hurt. Or I guess. But boxes being torn apart hurts my soul, is what it does. I watch people and I'm like, oh my God. I was watching Chris Stuckman do a review on the SpongeBob movie, new SpongeBob movie the other day, and he had a SpongeBob toy, and he's like, and now I'm going to do a toy opening. And he literally took the package and tore it all to shreds to get to the figure. I was like, oh, you're hurting. Oh, Chris, killing me. Unsubscribe. But no. Alf was a great show. I never really got into the cartoon. There's something weird about, it's like if you go to Universal Studios in Florida or in California, and they have the E.T. ride, and half the E.T. ride takes place on his planet. There's a whole bunch of weird looking E.T.s and other animals. That's how I felt about Alf, because it just didn't fit right, seeing him outside and doing other things back on Smelulark. I can't remember who would. No, that's Futurama. Can't remember what the name of his planet was, but it was weird to see him back there. But I think they've moved on to a different discussion. So why are you an out-of-box collector? Is it just to play with the designs of it, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think
you said you were going to get a display case set up soon. And then I've thought about doing that with what I'm going to open too. And are you going to make little like them battling each other, kind of like your Spider-Man?
So probably I'm going to have Maul and Ahsoka facing each other down, and then I'll have Obi-Wan and Anakin standing back to back or something similar like that. And then Qui-Gon will be basically on his own. But most of my figures are just kind of lined up and standing next to each other. But yeah, I think like I completely understand the keeping them in box, and I like, I know the packaging could be better for these, but I like the side art. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I could.
Side art's what got me into buying all the new ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the others are just red with numbers on them.
Yeah.
I can't see anything. That gives me a cool diorama to look at.
Yeah.
Is that the one from the Clone Wars?
Yeah. This was.
Hold the side of the box up. I want to see the art. Okay, I'm trying to figure out because I saw the side of the Asajj Ventress figure, and it's the same color, which means it's from Clone Wars. But I was trying to see where in that picture she's standing, because standing next to her on her left there is probably Rex, I would suppose, because of the shoulder. But I can't see what's on that other side. But I don't think it's Asajj.
I think it's another trooper.
Yeah,
it looks like a clip right there.
Oh yeah.
Shoulder. So it's one of the clones.
I do like that it gives you a preview of what might be coming.
Yeah, I think it's mean.
Yeah,
especially with this line being a Walmart exclusive.
You have those other troopers, don't you? Now, is the one on her left her trooper? Does that actually complete that picture?
That's a good question. I've got. We're lining things up here.
Oh, yep.
So I don't know what this one is.
Yeah. Because the other one in that thing was from the Mandalorian, wasn't it? In that Walmart trilogy.
There's the Maldalorian, and there's the Mandalorian Loyalist. But this looks like another trooper. And I can't place that shoulder pad. It looks like there's a 7 on it.
Huh. Interesting.
But yep, that on the one side it is.
Luke, that Warhammer, that's an expensive little set.
Side art goes in numerical order. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, the 332nd clone?
Oh, yep. Thank you. Oh.
Nice.
Scout Trooper.
I need to get those too.
I've got those back there. Yep.
I've kind of gotten away from the video game ones because they're neither numbered nor do they have the picture on the side.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if I want to get into a completely new set of stuff that don't actually fit into my collection anywhere.
Yeah, they've just got the little picture right up here in the front.
Yeah. But the new ones are the new ones are coming with side art.
Yep.
And then they're going to change the packaging again.
Yep. They're basically in this, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully Camino clone is number 1. Clink says.
Oh, okay. Yep. I just sent that to somebody.
Love Scout Troopers.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was all, the reason we may all love them is because of maybe just a guy thing of our inherent like of motorcycles. And they're cool guys who are wearing riding motorcycles, really, in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah.
And I love Scout Troopers. Until then, Hoth Troopers were my favorite. Because they just look so cool with like no face and anything. And, but that's why I really wish the First Order would have done something better with their uniforms instead of just making basically new helmets. You know,
expensive little set.
Yeah. I knew somebody who would get those, and they get the big magnifying glass, and they paint intricately on those.
Wow.
They just incredible job, just incredible.
Wow.
So,
did you get your speeder bike? He
cool.
did. Awesome. I got a vintage one, and so Scuba Pete sent me one of the Power of the Force 2 ones with Leia on it. And then I got a vintage one from Mercari and realized I didn't see it in the picture, but it didn't have the handlebars, the front piece, or the back flaps. And it's like, well, now it's going to cost more for me to get those than it would be to.
Now I'm gonna use a word that nobody likes. Repro.
Yeah.
There are people who are 3D printing those pieces, and I know I'm going to get flack from the Pally Boys for even suggesting it. But
I think
not all of us can spend $30 for a small piece. Now it does, once you're complete, it's like that's complete. And I would never say to buy a repro figure or something, or a whole reproed speeder bike.
Right.
But I'm missing. I got a bag of figures down here. Not one of them has a gun. So they're either in the bottom of my toy chest that I'm going to empty out someday, or I'm going to need to replace every single gun. And that's an expensive hobby.
Yeah.
All right. Talk to you later. That is very true. And if I get into my toy box, I do have my speeder bike somewhere.
Nice.
So.
Yeah, I think you can see mine, the Power of the Force one. I've got.
Oh, yeah.
I've got it. It looks like it's flying across the top of my books.
Hey, thanks for dropping by.
See you smirking. Yeah.
Chief Force's ears perked up. Scout Troopers, eh?
I'm going to go on Sideshow quick. I'm not going to order anything.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, here we go. They've got a 1/10 scale, which is, let's see what the dimension. It's 7 inches tall, and it's $120 for a Scout Trooper. Let's see if I can share my screen on this.
Why, Brandon? Why? Why? Oh, that is very nice. Wow.
So that's the
Sideshow one, not Hot Toy.
Right.
Oh, look at that. Wow. A new Winter Soldier.
Yep.
Oh, man.
And a Joker.
That's not a real figure, is it?
This?
Yeah. Because I know Sideshow did yeah, that's not a real figure. That's actually a statue.
Right. Yep.
Oh my, but look how beautiful it is. For $1,300.
Is it?
I think so.
Oh,
yeah, move that decimal point one spot.
Let's get out of that.
Yeah, that was wow.
Now here's the 6 scale.
Yeah.
And this is the Scout Trooper from The Mandalorian.
So that's coming. Oh man. Oh. It doesn't come with the speeder.
I can't imagine it would. I'll check.
Damn
no,
you,
that's
toy cult.
That's everything that it comes with, I believe.
Yeah, because that speeder bike's an extra $1,000. $220. That's so reasonable.
Accessory: 1 pistol.
1 pistol.
Figure stand with Lego or with logo. 1 armor with weathering effects. Multi-textured fabric undersuit. Utility belt with pouches. Creamy colored white boots. Weathered effects.
Nice.
7 pieces of interchangeable gloved hands. 30 points of articulation. It's 12 inches tall.
That's nice.
Okay.
Dude, I'm there with you. If I find those Defenders of the Earth figures, I might end up picking them up. Those are so cool. I had the original figures forever ago.
Okay. Now this.
Oh, that's the one you ordered.
This is the one I'm getting.
Nice.
I'll probably pose it with them battling each other like that. And it comes with the sarcophagus thing that they put them in.
So badass.
And I love it because it's like it's Ray Park's face.
Yeah.
Man. All right. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop that.
Yes, G-Force collects the Mythos ones. Oh, Mythic Legends. No, I've seen them and I really like the look of them, but I haven't got around to buying any of them yet. They're another very pretty figure, but they're a lot cheaper, I think.
Universal Collector Matt from the Pala Boys has some of the Mythic Legion figures. So you can check out his channel for that.
Wonderful. I think they're only aren't they only like $60 or something like that?
I want to say that's right, 60 or 60 to 80, depending.
Yeah.
Love that, Luke. Yep.
Well, you really only need to go to work and eat. Hot toys display well under a bridge.
Under a box. Yeah, you could use the hot toy box to keep the rain off.
Exactly. And over here in this corner of my refrigerator box is my hot toys. I think that's actually IG-11. I don't know if they've actually done him or not, or if they're using their old IG-88 and they've just repainted him.
Yeah. I'm guessing it's a prototype that they made just for the images on that.
Although I would buy the Jack Nicholson Joker hot toy in a second. Yeah, recreating that little set, and then you could get the child and put him in a pouch, and that would be brilliant.
Buy one a month.
Yeah.
Split it into monthly payments, more like it. You know, wifing comes before eating, breathing, or thinking.
Particularly breathing.
There is
what's the price on that? Do you know, Clink?
We're gonna look. Oh.
Yeah.
Can you guess it?
Does it come with a figure or just the bike?
Scout Trooper and Speeder bike with with a 6-scale child.
So you get the child, a Scout Trooper, and the bike. $8.99. 425 pre-order. Wait, how do I click on your screen to pre-order? Oh my! Damn you! Damn you all to hell! That's beautiful. You know, next month is my 50th birthday, and what I'd really like. That's pretty cool. That is nowhere near as expensive as I thought it would be.
Look at that.
I mean,
oh, the baby punching.
That's wrong. Does it say when it's coming out?
Expected April to June.
That's not enough time to what's the payment plan on it?
You can do 2 or 3, so it would be $45 non-refundable deposit, and then
$125 a month.
136.
I might. Well, foolish mortals, I'm probably buying a hot toy. Damn you all. Damn you, Sleeping. Damn you, Brandon. Oh, look at that.
That's everything that you get.
Fine. I'm in.
So when you're on the sideshow site, just type in speeder bike.
Speeder bike. Okay, shut up. Knew they'd eventually get me. I knew there'd be something. That was the whole point of having me on your show. So I would tell you exactly what hot toy I needed. And then they would suddenly produce one and put it on their website. Cunning plan, my man. Cunning plan. There is that. I could be buying the Thunder Tank with a down payment. Or the Razor Crest.
Ooh. Hey, one man toy show.
Hey. Grogu. Yes, I'm in. I will literally pre-order it as soon as we're done, so I don't lose out on it.
I'm sorry.
It really was. You know, I bow my head in shame. I will wear the scarlet letter of hot HT so everyone will know that I'm buying hot toys.
So if you had to pick something to slide over to display it behind you.
Now, see, that's the thing. I won't display it up here. I want to see it. Well, it's going to be huge. It won't fit in one of those glass cases. I know exactly where I'm going to put it. My kitchen has a pass-through to the front room. Mm-hmm. And at the moment, I've got a whole bunch of my childhood Fisher-Price toys on it. And I will simply take those off and put my first hot toy up there. And that's exactly where it will go. Pretty sneaky, sis. Do you get that reference, Brandon?
No.
So you've played Connect 4?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a advertisement to get you to buy Connect 4. And it's this girl and boy playing, and she tricks him into dropping it into a different spot. And she's like, haha, Connect 4, I win. Pretty sneaky, sis. I'm telling you, don't try to sell me heroin. I will buy heroin.
I'm sorry.
Exactly. He brought his illicit toy porn to my clean channel.
Now, the dangerous thing is there's a thing where you can do display in your room and you can scan VR. So you can on your phone, you can see how it looks on a spot in your room.
So that's what a Sideshow app. That would be right over here. Damn it.
Yeah, it looks like the speeder bike. It looks like the speeder bike would be the length of my arm, probably. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, Paul, I got suckered in. He showed me a speeder bike with a Scout Trooper and Grogu in a bag.
I got to show Paul now.
Yeah, Paul, take a look at what he's forcing me to buy. I don't want this. I don't need this in my home.
Paul,
or laying next to me in the bed on a pillow.
Join us. One of us.
One of us.
Look at that Scout Trooper, Paul. That would look real nice next to your Scout Trooper helmets.
Show him the punching baby one. Where's that? There it is. That's the picture that sold me, Paul.
Oh.
I will, because I'll have to open it. Because
Yep.
the packaging sucks on Hot Toys, so I will have to, in fact, open it. Plus, they're kind of made to open and put back in.
Yeah, absolutely. Cork. But look at it, Paul. You could set it.
One man, that's me 5 minutes ago. You want to go back in the stream and see when I'm never, ever going to buy a Hot Toy?
Who's your favorite character? One man toy show. Have you seen the Anakin one?
Oh, that's I have, and I love the cloak. Yeah. Clink wants to know if you get a $5 credit with your newsletter.
I don't.
Yeah. That's,
oh wait. It's only on certain items.
Yeah, probably not on this.
I
will check.
And R2D2 is one that it works with, and sometimes it's not a fifth. Like when you order one, they give you a $25 gift code, but it can only be used on certain things.
I'll have to check it out. God, look at that face sculpt.
Yep. And this is the display that I plan on doing, is Anakin and Obi-Wan next to each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that I love too.
Yeah.
All three of those. Ahsoka comes with three too, doesn't she? She comes with Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Yoda, I think.
Let's check. Welcome to the team. They send you this with the sabers too that look like they're swinging, and it is so cool.
House is a good movie. I love that shot, but you can't replicate that because they're not going to send you extra helmets. You have to already own those guys to kill them. I guess not. I thought I saw that she had some hologram people in her hand. There they are.
Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Yoda.
And a thermal detonator for some reason.
Yeah. Anakin comes with one too.
Yeah, this is supposed to be an intervention for you, Brandon, and you sucked me in.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not. Oh no, one man. That's his breaking point. Hanna-Barbera.
Oh,
you know how much I would love a Scooby and Shaggy Hot Toy, or Space Ghost, or Blue Falcon. That would be or Jabberjaw, Thundar. That 2-pack with the Boba Fett and Dad Bod Fett is what they're calling him.
Yeah.
I love that too. That's very cool.
It comes with 2 figures. Like, how awesome is that?
Yeah. Yeah, she is that's a beautiful figure.
Oh,
does he? Nice. Air Max casts helmets.
Oh,
be perfect for that.
Awesome.
I'm sorry, bookmarks everything.
They make them as Funko Pops. That's a much cheaper version. Look at the inside of the helmet.
Oh man, that's beautiful. Who's that? That's Mando.
Well, I believe that's Django.
Oh yeah, because I forgot when he did his thing on his arm. Well, I'm not monetized, but if Hot Toy is looking for someone to push their stuff, the guy below me is really good.
I know. It's bad. It's bad.
Wow, how many hands did you get with that?
The
last picture showed look at that down there.
There's 11 hands there.
Holy smoke. Oh, you do get a Stormtrooper helmet.
Yep, damaged Stormtrooper helmet.
Nice.
Oh, I can zoom in. This is even more dangerous.
Well, and you know they're just going to reissue this
Fire.
figure next year with perfect paint on the Boba Fett now.
And that might be another one that gets me.
Yeah, like Clink said, waiting for the re-armored Boba.
Yeah. So I'm kind of confused because I saw a General Kenobi one that I am not seeing here now.
It might have sold out and fell off.
It wasn't like
not
they
if
haven't.
I pay it off and get it to my house first, sleeping.
No, it wasn't even it was one of the coming soon, and I said I'm going to be really mad if I missed out on it.
Well, surely they couldn't have sold out that quickly. Have you just put in Kenobi and see if it pulls up?
Well, like this one, it would say waitlist or it would say pre-order. It was in the coming soon, and I signed up to get an email. Kenobi.
What? But you could get Hot Toys for birthdays and anniversaries and Christmas.
Oh,
there he is.
They don't have the pictures up yet, and I'm expecting that face will change.
Yeah,
because this is just yeah. This was 2020 Sideshow Con. So this isn't even...
This is still not even out yet.
And it's not the Hot Toy.
Or that's Sideshow?
Yeah, I believe so.
No, it says Obi-Wan My Hot Toy. Maybe it just got pushed back so far because they were working on the head or something. Oh, there's that new Superman and Batman.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Okay.
All right, see you later, Josh. Are you heading over to Hot Toys, Josh?
I got a deco, guys. No problem, Josh. It's all good. You realize I married a competition who's also a cop. She killed me and then clean up the car seat.
That is the problem.
Hey, like you said, if you get something cool, she gets something cool. She just gets us something that's a little bit more expensive next time.
You get a Hot Toy, she gets a new gun. See how this works?
Kenobi's not been released yet. No, he's spending on himself today.
Yeah. I'm already taking over a wall with the 30th anniversary Star Wars figures in my kitchen. So I don't cook in there a lot anyway, so. Yeah, me neither. I have to go down and get my wallet.
The sad part is I'm not even getting paid to
commission for this. They really should have some sort of like, you know, even if it's just a $5 coupon for you, you know, or 10% of whatever I buy, you get off your next figure. They don't even have to give money. They just can give you off a figure.
Yeah.
I would love Disney Hot Toys. That would be the death of me because they'd eventually make Haunted Mansion ones. And I would buy them. They'd make a Jafar. I'd have to have him. They'd make a Scar. I would, you know, don't fight. Join us. Hot Toys are fun.
Okay. I know this will be a hard one for some people too. Ready?
Uh-huh.
Captain Rex.
Oh, Rex is nice. Wow. Oh, and he's got and he has both his helmets. Nice.
With the jetpack.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but I would rather have Disney characters.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Aloth. Ooh.
I mean, I'd like to see those too. but I would actually like to see normal Disney stuff over more Star Wars. Man, look at that. So pretty.
Jesus.
Yeah, you're right, Paul. It's a slippery slope. Look at him over there, because he needs a Captain Rex to go with his Ahsoka. And look how cool it looks right next to that Anakin.
I'm not looking. I'm looking. I don't have that Cody.
No, they're eventually going to do the Bad Batch, and they'll do 5s and stuff. I wouldn't. I'm not looking. La 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 la. Yeah.
Oh man. What should we look at now?
That's funny. They don't make any Joker ones anymore, do they? Because they got out of. I think they mostly got out of DC stuff. Yeah, just that expensive stuff.
Yep, statue.
Yeah.
Premium format figure Joker. Exclusive clapping hands.
Oh, it's Sideshow though. It's not Hot Toys.
Right, it's the premium.
It's pretty cool. I'd still rather have a Hot Toy of it. Their faces are better. Truth.
Yeah. See, I saw one where it was the classic suit.
Yes, there are Venom and Carnage. I'm pretty sure there's a Carnage. I'm not sure. I mean, Venom. I'm not sure about Carnage. That is a cool Spider-Man.
See, and John, Super Awesome Geek Show, was telling me that he'd love to get like a trooper. And I have a hard time getting a figure that has a helmet on or anything like that, because the face work and the sculpt of it all is what.
Was he calling Stan Lee?
No, Doc Ock.
Oh, Dr. Ock. Okay. It's like, that's cool. Yeah, the face work is so good on him.
Yeah. And
now, Alfred Molina, Doc Ock from Spider-Man 2 would be awesome.
Be really cool. Let's see, you were wondering about Venom and Carnage? Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's true. G-Force could get Ventress for that price. God, oh, wow. Look at that.
This is absolutely amazing. Oh. Anybody else in the chat want to see anything? While we've got it up here.
Go back to the home screen. I want to see the new Winter Soldier. Nice.
With the black and gold arm.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, I'd have a hard time buying a figure that didn't have a face visible like this.
Yeah.
Like his beard stubble.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
That is amazing. That's not bad. That's not bad either.
No, that's not too bad.
Oh, listen to me. That's not that
that's bad. Not too bad. And I like that Scarlet Witch and Vision. That was nice. Those are good looking figures. Was that a Johnny Depp from Potter?
Yeah. Grindelwald.
Huh. Huh.
That is a good looking figure.
That is a very nice figure. Too bad he was so horribly miscast in this movie. Now I really want a Jack Sparrow hot toy. God, that face is wonderful.
Yep. And that's why I feel like I'd have to get one with a face.
That's true, Ryan. That Winter Soldier should come with an extra head.
With long hair.
Yeah. I was so disappointed when I was on Hot Toys and I clicked on that Back to the Future button.
Oh, really?
It's dumb. It's not even a real figure.
Oh.
See, I'd need an Imperial Guard figure as long as I got my Palpatine.
Oh my God.
Wow. Oh, it's a statue. Wow, look how big it is. Wow. Prime 1. Jeez.
That's cool. Oh my goodness. Back. Cool. Get out of there.
Yeah, not going to do the whole statue thing.
No, absolutely not.
Wow.
Oh.
Batman.
Okay, so you said
it's just a stupid cover for a book. Yeah. It's like
that's too bad.
Yeah. Because that's another way you could get me is a good Doc and a good Marty. Especially if they had extra outfits for like part 2 or 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
oh goodness. Okay. Well, you know what? While we're here,
we're here.
$5.15 for 2 figures.
That's not too bad, really. Didn't they already? I thought they already did that one. That Nightmare figure one. Maybe that was something else.
Those just look fantastic, though. Wow.
Yeah. But I would still need to have him in his normal outfit.
Oh, that's cool.
That is cool.
Oh, wow. They've got different faces.
Nice.
Oh.
Look, he's got Martha face. No, I don't think they've done any aliens. That would be disastrous. Can you imagine a hot toy xenomorph? Or a Ripley.
Ripley.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Yeah, they just do a couple of ship things.
Yeah.
That would be.
If they did Ripley in the exosuit, the lift thing. Oh man. Well. Oh.
Oh, really? Well, that's probably stuff I've missed because I didn't really start doing Hot Toy stuff until I started watching reviews of it and stuff online. Because I don't ever see them in store. Because my comic book store will order them for you and they get them at a good price, but they don't carry that many in store. And they're all Marvel anyway. So. Oh, cool.
Could you send it to me too, GeForce? You can get Hot Toys on Big Bad Toy Store.
Yes, you can. I might look and see. I don't think they allow you to pre-order them like that, do they?
No.
They also don't have a payment plan.
Right.
I would have to owe them that money right up front.
Which is hard.
Yeah. Carry Gygax. I am working a ton of overtime because I don't technically have a day off until May. But
geez.
I could take literally 1 day a week and take 5 or 6 hours of that day and pay that off. quickly.
You can pre-order them through Big Bad Toy Store.
How much is the Big Bad going for?
Oh, I'll share my screen again. Just let the people see.
It's not too bad. So about $15 off normal price.
Wow.
What they should have done is sew you that figure with like 5 different heads.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I like when I search hot toy, it
pulls up anything.
Yeah. So those ones are in stock, so you can get those.
Nice.
Pre-order of Hellboy.
Cool. Yeah, so it looks like they're about $15 off the normal price.
Oh, is this the one you were talking about?
Yeah, that's the one they offered me for $150 and free shipping.
That's so cool.
I know. Don't think I didn't think about it.
Oh, that's cool.
And he's the second or third in the wave. They did that one, and they did him from when he's in his spacesuit talking to the Watchers.
Okay, yep.
They just did a normal Stan Lee.
Oh,
Jawa. Nice.
Yep, I know how to get you.
And a conch droid. Conch. A conch droid would look really good next to my speeder bike. That's pretty cool.
I wonder if there's something lighting up the eyes.
Yeah, you'd have to go back to its main page and see. It must have something.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yep, LED light up function on the eyes.
Wow.
Yellowish orange light, battery operated.
Oh man, that's cool. There's that Venom.
Oh.
For four. That's different one.
Venomized Iron Man.
Oh my goodness, cool.
Oh, I really don't like the spider legs on that. Ugh. Weird. Oh, that's creepy.
Wow. Ugh. It looks like it comes with like 3 heads as he's venomizing him.
Oh, Infinity Gauntlet.
Nice.
Yes. All right.
We're out. This ends the hot toy portion of our show. So apart from Star Wars, do you collect any other lines at all?
Yeah, I am starting to do some of the Marvel Legends.
Okay.
And I've got the animated Batman series.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the retro Spider-Man Marvel Legends, and like I was saying with like Justice League, the animated series, Batman the animated series, it's going to be animated or comic versions that I do collect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I may have some duplicates of the Kenner Batman the Animated Series is lying around. As I'm going through my boxes, I'm putting duplicates aside. If I've got a few, I'll send them off to you.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure I've got a Mad Hatter and Man Bat and a Clayface, I think.
Oh.
I have to see once I'm gone through all of it.
Oh. I wouldn't be able to take them out of the box.
Exactly. They'd look really nice right next to that poster. Just put them right along that edge.
Yeah.
They'd look pretty right there. You'd start your own wall.
Oh man. Yeah. And what the Thanos figure that you can kind of see right up there, the box that came in, I had a really hard time opening that. I had it like for 4 or 5 days, and I was looking at it. Oh, excuse me. And I was like, I don't know if I can open this, but I ended up opening it.
Well, and that's kind of what I like about Funkos. They're not taped shut or anything. So you can open them, you can take them out, and they fit right back in the box. Very pretty, as long as you keep your boxes nice. Mm-hmm. I do actually have a few Nightmare Before Christmas Funkos out of the box. Nice. And I have my Haunted Mansion ones out. But I have the boxes all put away, so I can put them back in the box if I need to. I just wish, like black figures and that, I could easily take out of the box and put back in.
Yeah.
Without popping.
I know some, without popping the tape. I know some people say cut the one on the bottom, slide it out, and then you'd never know.
That wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah.
You can't resell it it's not brand new. It's not mint in box anymore.
Right.
Pop the tape.
Yeah.
But there are some people who wouldn't care.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I had
opening that and doing a review on that one.
I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna record the review tonight or something, because I've got the other Ahsoka right back there. But
yeah,
the small feet on these make it so hard to stand up. It is pretty darn tough. But
surely they sell stands for those.
They probably do, but I end up just. Well, that's an empty one. I got the star stands.
Do the star stands work? Well, I guess if you put one on each foot.
Yep. And I think just recently they started working because the peg size. But yeah, I think I have 2 or 3 of the Black Series that have the star stands to help them. Because I did one with Ahsoka and I had her lean, so it looked like she was jumping and one foot was barely on the ground, and it looked like she was dual wielding while jumping, and it was pretty cool. But then I kept knocking it over, and it was knocking down others. And the
toils of an out of box collector, the domino effect.
Yep.
I wonder if those NECA holders would work. They've got NECA stands that they sell at Target, and they've got a little arm that attaches to their chest to hold them up straight. And I bet you could do it, and so that you could put them in poses and stuff. I'm not sure. Next time I see them, I may buy a pack just to see if they work on 6-inch figures.
I know Hasbro has stands where they're clear stands and you can put them on jetpacks.
Yep. I've got a Jack, and he's up in the corner next to Oogie Boogie.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. Star stands are
super helpful. Although you would think with the price black figures are, they could throw a stand in there.
Well, and I think I was on one of Sean Solo 8, and it was 3 Men and a Monkey Lizard, and we were talking about Black Series coming with stands, and I think they said that they did, and then people just complained about them.
Huh.
But I don't.
Well, and then Hasbro's like, fine, then you get nothing. Take that.
Yeah.
This is why we can't have nice things.
I got Andy from Hollow Chronicles had some extra. He's doing mostly a poster collection now. He's changing the direction of his collecting, and he sold me for $5 like 6 vintage figures. So I got
I love that outfit.
Yep. And I got Yoda from him. This one.
G-Force says the NECA flight stands are okay, but they have ones on Hasbro Pulse that are better. I assume so, because then they'd work with the Marvel figures too.
Yep.
And the Power Rangers.
I just saw that for $10 they have the retro Power Rangers where the head flips.
Yes.
I almost ordered one because that is one of the toys from my childhood that absolutely stands out, is a Red Ranger that does that.
I think they're, apart from there, I think they're Walmart exclusives. They're the only place I've seen them.
Well then.
I have some Pokemon cards from the original line back in the day. I have a few Pokemon Pops, but I really don't collect much because they don't make enough Psyduck stuff.
Oh, I love Psyduck.
Psyduck has a pop coming, and I'm buying a couple so I can have one out of the box, and he can sit right here next to me, holding his head. Sigh. In my toy hunts, every once in a while, as I'm looking around, yay! I'll wander across and say, "Oh, look, no Psyduck, no Cell. Sorry." Alakazam.
Yep. Gyarados. Magneton.
Megatron.
Yep. Blastoise. Nice. Chansey. That, yeah.
Like you say, it's show me something that's probably within arm's reach. I don't even know why those are out.
Yeah.
I'm organizing them or something.
I'm trying to think. I've got a box somewhere, and my lime green Game Boy Color with Pokemon Yellow is in it.
Nice. Hey, Canadian Blu-ray, how you doing? Speaking of somebody who likes Power Rangers.
Boosters from
those are, you could get a good buck for those.
Wow. Yep.
That's I have a hard time. I collect non-sports cards. And so like recently I just got a box of Vampire Diaries, and I got a box of, I don't know where they went, Smallville seasons 5 and 6. I don't think I could hold out and not open them, because the ones I collect have autographs in them, and like those would have those foil cards in them. But those packs, my goodness, those, I've seen those running for several hundred. Yep, that's them.
Oh.
Yep, they did all 5.
I might just have to get this Red Ranger.
Yep, and that's the same price they are at Walmart. They're $10. Yeah, it says exclusive to Walmart with limited quantities.
Oh, yep. Well. No. Yep, there they are. Pink, black, blue, red.
They only did those 4. Where's yellow? Maybe they ran out of yellow. There's Jackson. I love that they made a Jackson, that it's confusing a quarter of the fandom, making another quarter of it mad that they made it, and making another quarter mad that it doesn't look like he should look from the Marvel comics. And then the other people are like, who?
Yep.
Because they're doing it from the stupid IDW comic. And then it doesn't even look like that. They try to make it a real scan.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yep. I am getting all of these.
Did you get all 4? I went ahead, and I think they're only $1 more on Big Bad Toys.
Yep, I went through Big Bad Toy Store.
Yeah, and they're faster shipping than Hasbro Pulse.
Yeah. Yep. I initially just got the Maul and the Luke, and then I was like, if I get half or 3/4 of a wave, I'm gonna pick up. I'm gonna put the.
I mean, that especially we don't know what the side of the box looks like, so there's no picture of what once that's closed.
Yeah, the spine.
What the spine looks like.
Yeah.
And I would love it to look like the spine of the novel
that would
it's
be cool.
based on. And that would look really good in my collection.
Yeah.
If they come in their black, I'll be upset.
I just love this.
Yeah.
Which is why I got the Luke.
How far have you gotten into in were you reading Heir to the Empire? Were you reading
Shadows?
Yep,
I've read I've done the whole trilogy of Heir to the Empire. I'm only like a chapter into Shadows.
Yeah. Shadows gets really good about a quarter of the way in. Once they set up everything that's going on. That's just such a nice mall.
Yep.
It is annoying that the picture shows him with his spider legs, but then we don't get spider legs. I don't know why I'm fascinated and want a Darth Maul with spider legs, but the character design is just so weird.
Oh, the picture does show it with spider legs.
Yeah. Or what looks like spider legs. Maybe that's just how he's standing.
I can't tell.
Yeah.
Well, if this is from the comic, that wouldn't be spider leg.
I don't know.
Right? Because they didn't do spider leg in the...
I'm not sure. It depends on what that's based off of.
Right.
Because because they don't show us the outer box of that one.
No, they don't.
They show us what Jackson looks like, and they show us what all of them look like, except...
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there it is. The Maul comic.
So
no, probably not. That's actually probably Dark Horse, so I would assume not then.
Yeah. It's 4+. Yep, we're in that range.
Yeah, exactly. You see, they changed the wording on the Lego boxes because there's a super Lego collector who turned 100, and it says from ages 2 to 99 or something. And so they created special Lego boxes just for her.
Oh,
to 100.
Cool.
That's great. Psyduck. I have a couple.
That's what I grew up with was Pokemon, Power Rangers,
and GeForce. We know Power Rangers back in the day when it was originally done, but we didn't get a lot of that over here. It was on USA Network late at night on the weekends, and it was the original show with English dubbed. It was crazy.
Time Twister.
Nice. Yeah, I would.
Yeah. Biter's still Blue Ranger flip thing. Yep. Yeah, exactly. So I want to get it, but I can't justify it when they don't. Animatronic Grogu. Yeah. Yeah, I don't pay for the subscription, and a dude's nerdery was saying that it's unless you get a lot of stuff from Pulse, it's not worth the price of subscribing to it because you're not getting any early access. The shipping takes longer than it would from other places. So
yeah. Yep, we're still here.
Yeah.
We on a kind of a Hot Toys bender for I don't know, a half hour or so.
Yeah.
But we're feeling much better now.
Yeah. We're talking about $10.
I bought 1, Brandon bought 4, but we're doing good.
Timothy's on Star Wars book is so yep.
It is.
Yep.
And it really is nice that they're bringing so much of the EU back into canon. Even if it's not all of it. I mean, simply by bringing if you haven't seen, Disney Plus has added the original Clone Wars television series back to the streaming service, and the Ewok series,
yep,
and the cartoon from the holiday special. where we get the first introduction to Boba Fett.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice to get that stuff. It also means all that stuff was probably put into some sort of possibly Blu-ray set coming out or something for the Ewok series, because they would have had to digitally remaster that.
Yep, they upscale it.
Yep. The Zahn stuff works so well with Williams' soundtracks.
Hot Toys.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
I don't subscribe. Yeah, and I don't subscribe to it either. I do order some stuff from it, but it
if
takes.
They give us free shipping on everything, like an Amazon thing, then okay, maybe.
I think they do with the
if you spend so much or something.
Well, no, I think when you have an actual, so I can sign in. There's a subscription to it, but I mean, when I buy stuff from Pulse, I usually get more than $50 worth, so the shipping is free anyway.
That's true. Nice. No. You're talking about the decent quality of the video, not the decent quality of the program. I saw that live and was absolutely convinced that I was watching Star Wars on television until the singing started. And I really do demand a B. Arthur Black Series figure from that, or Harvey Korman.
Mix. Stir.
The 70s the late 70s were so weird. I've started watching some things, and I don't understand how everybody was able to have a variety show like this. And you want to watch another weird one? There's a gentleman named Paul Lynn, and he's a very flamboyant actor. But he has it's called Paul Lynn's Halloween Special. Okay. And it's his first national television appearance, which is weird enough. But then he has the woman who played the witch in The Wizard of Oz.
Okay, yep.
And the woman who played Witchy Poo on HR Puffin Stuff.
Oh, wow.
And then he plays another sister witch. It's insane. It's just crazy. Or when Donnie and Marie did Star Wars, and they played, their brother and sister, and they played Luke and Leia. And Paul Lynn was also on that, but he played an Imperial officer. Then there were dancing stormtroopers, tap dancing stormtroopers.
I have that DVD.
Yeah?
Yep.
It's nuts.
Yeah. I haven't watched that one yet. The holiday special was good enough for me.
Yeah, you did your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it's and they just started it in Europe, smirking, so I don't know, it doesn't make any sense to me, the whole not shipping things to Canada bit. It's just, Paul Lynn was great on Hollywood Squares, and for some reason on Salacious's stream, we were trying to figure out if Paul Lynn and Charles Nelson Riley had ever appeared on a talk show, a game show together. And I went looking after it because I would love to watch that episode. And they hadn't. They were on different shows all the time. I don't know how. I didn't catch all of Salacious's stream because I was at a meeting. Mm-hmm. And so when I got in, they were busily talking about Funyuns and Paul Lynn and Charles Nelson Riley for some reason.
Yep.
While playing The Walking Dead. It was very weird.
So Luke, with the Old Republic stuff, I think they're going to slowly work it in. I'm guessing they're going to do this High Republic stuff, and then after that, we might kind of see some phasing in. I wouldn't expect them to touch the Old Republic for a little bit. But some of the Sith squads, the Sith Eternal squads in Rise of Skywalker, they mentioned like a Revan group. So those names being in canon makes those characters canon. So
but not necessarily the story they're in yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'd see I'd give it a couple years. I bet they don't want to.
Well, and originally that's what the rumors were about the Game of Thrones guys when they were going to make Star Wars movies, that they were having them do Old Republic stuff. And then Game of Thrones ended, and everybody was like, oh, whoa, no, don't let them touch Star Wars. Look what they did there.
Yeah.
Funyuns.
Oh, they're just so smelly, too.
I love them.
Well, yeah.
I get a bag every so often. They're not something you can eat a lot because one bag is like a pound of salt.
Yeah.
But, Charles Nelson Riley was on The Match Game, and Paul Lynde was center square on Hollywood Squares. And I don't think the two ever crossed paths. The sheer energy of Charles Nelson Riley would have overcome him. Because Charles Nelson Riley was a mighty man, a man you never disrespect. He stood 8 foot tall, had glasses. Long Jackson, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Revan is partial.
Yep. Ooh.
Song in the South is nice. I have a European copy of that. Then the Ewok movies are both on Disney Plus now. They added those back in.
April 2nd. Yep.
April 2nd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a DVD of both the Ewok movies, and it's really funny. I don't know if it. Let's see here. It amazes me what gets traction on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have. When The Mandalorian came out, when it was the season finale where Luke Skywalker pops up, I tweeted and I was like, I have a hard time falling asleep, and it was the gif of Anakin saying, I have trouble sleeping, because I was just like, after watching The Mandalorian, and that had like,
ooh, that sounds good,
a couple hundred retweets and over 1,000 likes and stuff like that, and it was crazy. And then I tweeted about, I got these and I ordered them 2 days before they announced that they were going to be on Disney Plus. And these, you can get them on, like, this was almost $60 for these 2 DVDs.
Oh, yeah, but they can never take those away from you now.
Right.
And you've got them. And if you digitize them and put them on your hard drive or whatever, they can't take that. And forever, we never thought we'd see that series again. Just because, Disney was all like, nope, that's Cartoon Network stuff, blah, blah, blah. It's not canon. I don't care if it's canon or not. Put one of your Muppets disclaimers in front of it that says, warning, this Ewoks movie is not canon.
Considered canon by Disney, yep.
Yeah, this is an unauthorized film. Make it fun. Have like the Empire, try and black it out. This is this story is rebel propaganda.
That'd be awesome.
Brer Rabbit. And that's another thing, sleeping. Make sure you go on Splash Mountain when you're there, because you'll never see it again.
I didn't go when I went.
I hate roller coasters. One of my absolute fears is falling. And so anything that does those kind of motions, I can't do. I will go on that while I'm there, even though I know I'm fine. I know I won't die. But I'll still freak out.
Yeah. Digital. Yeah. Insomniacs are us.
Yeah, the holiday special has been floating around I think I have a copy of it on beta.
Wow.
Well, acquired somehow in one of Sleeping's back alley deals. There's a lot of stuff in old EU that would be nice.
Yeah.
And I think you're gonna. It depends on who's allowed to win this war between Favreau and Kennedy. But so far, Favreau seems to be winning, and he's all about old EU, and so is Filoni. But he also understands the craziness of some of the EU, and that he doesn't want to bring in. You know. Now, if they do books, I would love to see one of those zombie stormtroopers done as a 6-inch figure. That'd be cool. I'll forward, Adam. You have never seen the movie Night Shift. Night Shift is a movie starring Henry Winkler and Michael Keaton, and it's based on a short story by Stephen King. It's about these guys who work in a mortuary, and they figure it's the best place to run a brothel. And so Jamie Lee Curtis is the madam who kind of gets them the girls and stuff, and Henry Winkler's the face of it, and Michael Keaton's the idea man. And so he's constantly got this little tape recorder, and he's putting these ideas. And one of the ideas I think you could possibly sue for and win. One of them is he's like, wait a minute, tuna salad, click, put the mayonnaise in the can, click. Well, we've got those little packets now that have tuna with all the fixings in them. The other thing is he falls from a great height and hits the ground, and Michael Keaton does a very good pratfall. And Henry Winkler runs over and says, "Are you okay?" He's like, "Yes, I'm fine. The ground broke my fall." Another weird 80s movie. Oh yeah.
Very expensive. Throwaway kind of guy, though. I'm not.
My mom is. I just can't. I don't know what happened to me that I can't take the falling. But I can't even do the ship one that just goes like this. I can't do that either. Now the spinning stuff doesn't get me. That giant thing where you're plastered up against the wall, no problem. I'm fine. But anything that has that dipping action, I cannot do. Yep, see, Tina knows. Night Shift. It's a great movie in a very Dr. Detroit sort of way. Yep, Soren is great. I haven't been on Test Track because that's another spinny thing. That's another up and downy bit. Really, General Giant does some good work too.
Yep.
I might have to look and see about those. Those might have gotten too expensive by now, though.
Can't do teacups.
The spinning stuff doesn't bother me. I don't know why. Maybe I was spun around a lot as a kid, and so it just doesn't affect me at all. It could also be because I don't have any depth perception because I lost that eye. So I can't actually tell how far away from things I am.
Oh.
So spinning might not have anything. I see most things as flat. So maybe that's because I don't see the spinning thing of it. Naga, there's a lot of stuff in the books if they start pulling. And if Hasbro started pulling from old EU to make figures and stuff, that's pretty cool. Oh, yeah. Mission Space could be harsh. There was so much good stuff in the old EU. But then it just got crazy, and, they tried to retcon the Emperor to make him a good guy, that he was trying to toughen the galaxy up for the incoming, invasion. And I was like, no. I do want to try the Test Track because it's supposed to be being removed. So I want to make sure when I get there that I ride everything I think they've been talking about removing. So, yeah. Yep. The momentum rides. Welcome back.
Hey, Youngster.
Welcome, program.
Switch channels.
Yeah. See? Yep.
Oh, you know what? we might have had loading issues when.
That's possibly. So when I was a kid sleeping through a series of uneventful events, I had a nail shoot through the corner of this eye, about like that long, and it went all the way back, and it punctured my retina. And so there's nothing they can ever do about it. There's too much scar tissue on my retina, so that no laser surgery, nothing like that can ever fix it. So I don't have any depth perception. And so then I didn't get to play sports because they were afraid I wasn't allowed to play baseball because things moved too quick. And if you're throwing things at me, it's nice to have them larger because I can track them better when I'm catching stuff. But you throw small balls at me and I'm not too good. I don't like small balls in my face. I prefer big balls.
Oh, jeez.
That could be. I had a really bad ear infection when I was a kid, and I had to have little tubes put in my ears. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's what did it. It broke. Yes, that's it. That war right there broke me on the EU. That and having Chewbacca killed by having a planet fall on him. That was the craziest period. Yes, that was definitely the craziest period. It's the only ride where you're almost guaranteed, if you ever played Roller Coaster Tycoon, and people walk off the ride and almost instantly throw up. Yep, that's what the Graviton does. They've been talking about removing it. The one that they really are talking about removing is the Autotopia, because they can do so much with all that space. Exactly. Evil is good is dumb. Evil will always win because good is dumb. Yeah, I wish I still had those. My mom says she has them. It happened in Connecticut. So we went to Yale University Hospital, and they actually thought they were simply going to have to remove my eye. And like I said, when I pulled on it, I could feel it pulling out of my head. And so they took slides of the whole operation because it was an experimental operation, and they did a paper on my eye because I shouldn't be able to see out of it at all. And I do sort of. As long as I close my other eye, it's really, really, really blurry. And as long as I have to look before I pick something up, as long as I close my other eye, I can get things about that close to my head and I can read them. And I shouldn't be able to do that at all. But they also can't explain why I can do that, but I don't have your depth perception. But I have a constant double vision. So of the screen, there's another one of you just slightly off center. Oh. So maybe I always see the world in a weird dizzying way.
Very important.
It's an important question. Every guy's got to ask, do you like small balls or big balls in your face? Exactly. Big balls, AC/DC. It was just a crazy time in the EU. I think they were starting to run out of things because Lucas wouldn't let them write backwards. He specifically said you can't write things in the past because he wanted to leave that open for the prequels. And as he got closer and closer to making the prequels, they really were kind of writing themselves into a timeline tunnel. They'd already moved like 80 or so years into the future. And, oh yeah, the Swarm Wars. Oh, geez, there was a lot of weird stuff.
Is that the Dark Nest?
Yeah, they just threw a whole bunch of stuff against the wall to see what would stick. And yeah, they Autotopia is it's right there next to that new area of Beauty and the Beast, I think. But there's been some leaked photos of that area being removed, and it's a huge area, and it shows new entrances back toward Tron, because that's where Tron sits, is back behind there. And so there's some weird stuff, but I don't think they're going to get any of that done because they don't have any of the they're far behind on the construction at Epcot now for everything that was going on. Hate it. I hate the new packaging on Transformers. I hate that.
Are we talking about this or the
packaging?
new?
The new, because we just got these. So now they're going to take, because, you know, selling a plastic character, God forbid you take that extra little bit of plastic and just let us see the picture. I get trying to save the earth. Why can't we make that plastic out of recycled plastic? Make the figures out of recycled plastic. Lego is trying it. Lego's trying to figure out how to make all Lego bricks out of recycled plastic. The problem is they're having is they decay too quickly. But if we could get the figures made out of recycled plastic and the box made out of recycled paper and the front piece made out of recycled plastic, then you have a, you know, Star Wars 6-inch figures are renewable items.
And for me, I understand why in-box collectors have an issue with it, but for me, it doesn't really impact me all that much because I get rid of the boxes besides the side panels anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's actually why I've put off buying several of the new Kingdom Transformers, is because they just have this little itty bitty window at the very top so you can see what the figure looks like. It's like, well, yeah, sometimes I think that way too when I tell the story. I'm like, what does water up just a little bit? We spent a year in Connecticut in New Haven, kind of by Neo University. And then once I had my accident, we moved back to Kansas. Whoa. Quadrophenia vision. That's weird. Can they fix that with lasers? Because I had a doctor who was really hopeful he could help me, and then he, you know, got the new digital scanners of my eye, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, there's too much scar damage back there." However, he said in another 20 years, if I live that long, they could probably be able to grow me a new eye.
Jeez.
Yeah. So check back with me when I'm 70 and see if Medicare is going to pay for my new eye. Because I bought the extended warranty, damn it. I get new parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I mean, there's always weird in Star Wars, and I think that's for the better. I love Star Wars when it's weird.
Yeah. Jeez.
Oh.
Yeah. True.
People are just.
There is no new material on our planet that isn't, you know, randomly dropped on us from a comet. Every blade of grass has died and come back. Every rock has been there forever. Every grain of sand in a beach has been walked on by somebody else, possibly on the other side of the planet, as it's moved its way across the ground.
It's nuts.
Yeah. They knocked those buildings down quick. Like within like a day and a half, those buildings were torn down and gone. Yes, sir. Salt and burn. Love Supernatural. I was really heavy into that show for a lot of years.
Yep.
And then I just kind of gave up at season 10 and haven't finished it.
Oh, wow. Yeah. After the Leviathan stuff, that
was a bad season. That was probably one of the worst ideas. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the Force is midichlorians. They live inside all of us. No, we went down to Newark. Yeah, the Maritime Center. Yeah. one of the best things I remember about living in Connecticut, which is odd because it doesn't happen in Connecticut, was spending Christmas Eve in New York City. And going to FAO Schwartz when it was really still FAO Schwartz and I wasn't owned by Disney it wasn't owned by Toys R Us or anything. And light snow, and it was not the nice New York that we have now. It's a very dirty. There were porn shops across the street, but I still remember how epically beautiful it was watching New York in the snow. I have no interest in ever going back, but it was nice. Yeah. The box, losing that box, I even have contemplated stopping buying Redbox because I really don't like the box. Mm-hmm. And it's taking up space for other things. So I'm contemplating stopping and maybe just going through my list, seeing just the exact figures I want and trying not to be a completist for once in my life, of not buying every single thing in a line just because.
Yep.
Yep. That's Colorado's doing the same thing. So they're forcing us to go in and do eye tests. And then I went in and they wouldn't let me wear my glasses for the test.
Yep.
I was like, well, but I need my glasses to see. And she was like, well, I don't know. Apparently it was her first or second day. I'm like, what? Are you? No, because you're going to put a little thing that says I have restricted vision on my license anyway, and then I need glasses. Well, yeah, because you made me take my glasses off and I couldn't see anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just dust in the wind, baby. And I'd really like to go next year. They're having because they have to cancel so many of them. They want to have a huge Supernatural convention in Vegas again next March.
Oh.
I'd really like to go, but we'll see. But yeah, so she did eventually let me wear my glasses. Then I had to explain the nail in the eye story to her because I can't see properly out of that eye, and you can, usual. I'm used to the especially because I make sure I say the squishy bit when you're trying to pull your eye out of your head. Yeah, the Mark of Cain, but I love the guy who played Cain. Timmy, now I forgot his name, but he's on Psych. I love him to death. He's great. And I'll rewatch seasons 1 through 5 a lot. I've rewatched those probably half dozen times.
I love 1 through 3.
Hard time going past it. Yeah.
1 through 3 are the ones that I can easily watch and enjoy.
Yeah. Because 1 and 2 were still kind of monster of the week, almost Hardy Boys, X-Files-y type shows. Then by the end of season 2 and into 3 is when they started the Lucifer arc. And he only wanted to do the show for 5 years, which is why it ends the way it does in season 5.
Yep.
And then why in season 15, when it finally does end, it seems anticlimactic. It's like, oh, man.
Oh, that's awesome, Luke. Next.
Nice. Well, you might not be able to get away with that. In Colorado, it's an electronic thing. I don't think we can do those anymore now I think about it, because you have to put your head in the thing, and I don't think you can do that with COVID. You should go get that done now during COVID, because they probably can't make you do the normal eye test, and you could cheat again.
Yeah, like my license in Minnesota says requires it says something about me having glasses.
Yeah, mine says something about glasses, and because of not being able to see out of basically the driver's side, I'm supposed to have I have to have a right-hand side mirror so I can see behind me properly.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Ooh. Oh. Mark Sheppard is an incredible man. He is very grumpy, but he is also incredibly funny. If you get to go and you can watch them talk, Misha is incredible too. He's just funny and a very nice guy. Mark is grumpy Britain guy. It's not that far off his Crowley character, really. But I got to sit and talk to him for like a half hour one day. I went to Dragon Con, and they put all the Supernatural people. This was when Supernatural wasn't a big thing yet. And they put them all in this other room signing with some other people, and nobody knew they were there. And so I just happened to be walking by and saw the sign and went in, and I got to talk to him and Jim Beaver, who plays Bobby. And what's her name? I don't know why I can't think all of a sudden. She was co-owner of the bar from like season 2.
Ellen.
Yeah. And so all three of them are just sitting there, just talking amongst themselves. And so then I went to get Misha's autograph, and we talked for a minute or two. And then I got Jim, who was sitting next to him. And then I got over to Mark, and this was in September, and I had just met Mark in April at a con here in Denver. He remembered me.
Oh.
He knew my name.
Wow.
He said, "Hey, Chris, how are you doing? Remember we talked in Denver?" And we had a small conversation about Sherlock Holmes, the new Sherlock series. And this was before he was about to be on Doctor Who. So he wasn't allowed to talk about Doctor Who, but he would talk about what he would like to be on, which was Sherlock. And then I'm not sure he really remembered me. He was like, "Hey, where's that cute girl you were with?" I was like, "Oh, she couldn't come to this con, unfortunately." And then we just kind of sat around and we're talking about the Sherlock Holmes novels and stuff for a little while. And then Jim Beaver pops in. He's like, "Oh, my favorite is The Study in Scarlet." We started talking about that for a little bit. And then just because he seemed like he was being left out of the conversation, Misha pops up, "I liked Hound of the Baskervilles." And then, so then we were just all sitting around talking about our favorite Holmes novels. And then Ellen, she popped in. And then we were discussing Dickens and stuff. It was the oddest conversations I've had with actors. But it went on for like a half hour. It was great. Wow. And then suddenly people started showing up. And I was like, "Well, I got to go." They're like, "All right, see you later." Sure enough, that next March, I met him again in Vegas. He remembered me again.
Wow.
Incredible memory. They want you to have, yeah. Thank you. I love that. I was going until I decided to put Star Wars figures back up. I actually know somebody who was going to print this as wallpaper for my house.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. It's not the lenses that get you, it's the frames. How in the hell can these little pieces of plastic junk be $300? I could buy a hot toy for that.
You want to know how much my glasses were?
Huh?
$950.
Oh, jeez.
And the frames were about 230 of them. The lenses were what was, because I have an astigmatism on. Yeah. Yep. It's rough.
Oh, it is a magically smelly place, but only because they have such an incredible cosplay community. It is probably the best cosplay con I've ever been to in my life. They literally shut downtown Atlanta down on Saturday and have an almost 2-hour cosplay parade with floats and everything. They have like the 501st will show up with like 150 members, and the Mandos have their own group now. And the Ghostbusters come in with like all 3 versions of the Ecto, including somebody did one for the cartoon. It's amazing. They have a whole bunch of guys who cosplay the 300, who all have worked out way too much and have great abs and stuff. And there's always one guy with them who he's hilarious because he doesn't. And so he wears this skin tight suit and with painted on abs.
I love it.
And it doesn't say not 300, but 401. Because he's a big guy. But and the parties in the evening, you get a couple thousand people at each one of these little events, and it's run in 7 hotels in downtown Atlanta, and every hotel is booked out. And oh yeah, I used to get migraines until I had a football injury. Now I don't get those anymore, thankfully. But Dragon Con is excellent. It's, if you want to go to something, I would love to go to San Diego someday, but it has way too many people for me. If you want to go to a fun con, go to Dragon Con. It happens over Labor Day weekend every year. Well, except for last year, of course, and possibly this year. We'll see. And it's just fun. Quitter. Tell me about it. The street names are horrible.
That's what I struggle with.
Yeah. And they don't put enough reflector stuff on the new paint anymore. And so I can't, even when I get close, I can't read them. Luckily, Denver has put really, really big ones up at most intersections. And then I kind of know where I am. Hey, what's up?
Hey, General.
That'd be cool.
Awesome.
We lost Denver. It used to be called Denver Comic Con. Then they were afraid they were going to get sued, like Seattle did.
Yep.
Or Salt Lake. And so now they changed it to Denver Pop Culture Convention, which is just stupid. But now we got bought out by after this last year. It got bought by Fan Expo, who runs a whole bunch of different cons across the country.
Yeah.
And so I think we're just going to be called Fan Expo Denver now. But hopefully they're wanting to throw a small con of some kind together in October. Usually ours is in somewhere around Memorial Day or Father's Day. But they want to do something in October this year. So we'll see. It'd be nice to get new blood in. It's at the convention center. Last time we had it, there were a little over 110,000 people who came.
Oh my God.
So it's not nearly as crowded as you'd think, but
yeah, I've been to the Minnesota State Fair, so
oh yeah, and that's kind of what it's like, is going to a state fair, because this convention center is huge, several million square feet, and it's just absolutely insane. But we'll see. That's what happens to my mom, Luke. Every time she gets new glasses, she has headaches for about a week. And then eventually they just go away as her eyes adjust. Ooh, I can't do that. That's another fear. Because of my eye, I don't like things touching my eyes. So I could never do contacts. They keep trying to get me to do contacts. I'm like, nope. Well, you just have to pinch them and put them into your, nope. Because no matter who I talk to, everyone has at least one story of contacts rolling back into their eyeball. Like, nope. Don't know how you get those out. Don't care.
I had to get the weighted ones. And I tried them, but every time I blinked, they'd reset. And I could feel it, and I just couldn't do it.
Fast food meters. They just point it and say that. What's that one? Yeah. Growing up, I would have horrible migraines every so often. And it really would be, if I wouldn't be in a deadly rip room, I had to be in a blacked out room, basically. Laying down, not moving, and being cool. And then in football, I was a lineman, of course. You know, you would think running back, but it wasn't the age of Perry, the refrigerator Perry. So I did actually get to carry the ball a couple times. But one of the guys face masked me, and he grabbed my head and he yanked, and something popped in my neck. I never got another migraine after that.
Wow.
Now my neck will hurt every so often, but as long as I stop and do that and pop it a little bit, that pain goes away too. So I'm sure there's horrible damage back in there somewhere that eventually I'll find out. Eventually a check engine light will come on and I'll have to go in and they'll be like, whoa, how are you standing up? Your spine is broken. Oh, well. Interesting. Oh, yeah. I have to either read the subtitles or I have to watch what's on TV. I can't do both. Which is horrible because I do like foreign films and especially some foreign murder cop shows. Ooh.
Yep.
Well, at least he knows what you want.
Yep.
Yeah. Then McDonald's changes the number on you. You're like, I have a number 3, a Coke. And you get home and you're like, why do I have chicken nuggets?
Yep.
Oh, that's pretty bad. I got a really good friend and his wife are living with me, and she gets really bad migraines too. And she has fibromyalgia too. Mm. So when she has them, they're really bad. And she can't do much. It hurts me that I can't help her more than anything because she's in so much pain. Really chips. You're too old to remember the diarrhea chips. They were called Loresta. It was an artificial oil that was going to solve all our fat problems because then you could fry everything in this Loresta. I'm pretty sure it was called. And all it did was they didn't test it enough, I guess. And man, they put it in Lay's potato chips and it made you go. I have a friend who's allergic to water.
What?
Yeah, like physically taking a shower or something hurts him. And so they've tried all kinds of stuff, and he has to get in, turn the water on, and he takes like literally 2 to 3 minute showers because he can't stand the water anymore because it hurts him so much. It's weird. Yeah. I worry about this next generation growing up with blue light stuff in their face constantly, either from an LED screen or all that stuff, how it's going to mess with people's eyes.
That's yep.
Dude,
that's what happens with me. But mine was anxiety based migraines.
Mm-hmm.
And like I get halo migraines is what they call them, but if I get them, I'm usually out that day and the next day. Like it's terrible. So MSG and chips.
MSG. Yeah. That'll get you. This is the weirdest Toy Channel live stream we've ever had.
We talked about so much stuff.
We're closing in on almost 5 hours, so between the two channels. Yeah. Deb's not that bad yet, but she does really have to be careful where she goes during the day because if something comes on, she needs to get home. There's an artificial red food coloring my mom can't eat. I can't remember if it's number 5 or number 7. She has to look at packages that have colored stuff to see.
It'd be funny if it was red 5.
If it's red, and it gives her little hives. It's weird. I'm allergic to certain pines, like not Christmas trees. I'm fine with those, but like bushy pines around the houses and stuff. And I live in Colorado, so that's great. There's not pines here anywhere. But as long as I don't touch them, I'm fine. if I touch them, I get little blisters all over my hands from where I've touched them.
Mm.
And that didn't even start until I was like 10 or 11. Yeah. And it's hard to explain that to people.
Yeah.
You know, when you're like, you know, there will be times when I might miss a day or two simply because I can't leave my house. The pain is too much. And actually, Deb worked for Walmart for over 25 years, and she just had to have a medical retirement because she just physically couldn't do the work anymore. And Walmart was really good about it. They kept her on for a long time, just on the schedule, so that she would continue to get her benefits from healthcare. So.
Thanks, Tina.
Yeah, thanks, Tina.
Yeah, I didn't know until I was in college when one of my professors said that she was like, "Are you lactose intolerant?" I was like, "Well, yeah, I think dairy gives me some issues." And she's like, "It makes sense." And she told me that like 80% of indigenous people are lactose intolerant.
Yeah, because they just genetically they were never really exposed to milk like that.
Yep.
You know, it was breast milk, and that's probably pretty much about it. Maybe, I mean, they didn't really have cows like we know them, didn't exist in America then. Right. They were more of a skinny thing. Plus, it was mostly bison, and I don't think you can get a bison to hold still to milk because there doesn't seem to be a large amount of buffalo milk at the store to pick up. We can milk almonds, but apparently not bison. Yeah. So yeah, it's weird that because, you know, and it's, you know, that's part of the tragedy of the first peoples is not being exposed to a lot, and then suddenly they were and wiped out 90% of the population.
Yep.
It's amazing to think that in the Missouri valleys and Mississippi valleys and stuff, there were cities almost as big as New York, but were wiped out in a generation or so because of something that happened several thousand miles south of them.
Yeah,
that just moved quickly. Those people never saw a Spaniard. The Spaniards never really got past Wichita, but the diseases carried from person to person, and there's just spread like mad.
Yeah,
and that's part of the horrible, you know, Holocaust of the first peoples.
Yep.
But not to bring everything down, you know. Well, there you go. See, and then there's the Norwegians that are mostly cheese.
Yeah.
You know, it's a marketing scheme.
It's more like nut juice.
Yeah, it's like they say you can't get water out of a rock. What did they say? Something. Sure you can. Apparently, if you squeeze nuts hard enough, they milk. I don't know. I know something comes out of there when you squeeze, is, you know, but again, that's the importance of having big balls over small balls. You get more milk.
Why?
An almond Miller? Not as much as an almond Joy, probably. Because they've got nuts. Mountains don't.
Yes.
Yep. And that's the other thing. Why can, you know, some people can drink goat's milk, but they can't have anything with cow's milk.
Yep. Different protein.
Yeah, it's a different protein, different strain, all that. So, you know, it's weird. They're just everything. I have a friend whose son is allergic to beef. He's lactose intolerant. Most beans, and something else. Oh, most grasses.
Wow.
And he's slowly growing out of a couple of them, but yes, yep, that is a great book, and they turned it into a pretty decent. I think it's 2-part series on the History Channel back when they did history. And that's a great great series because it really showed how that happened in North America. And he touches a little bit on it, on how the exact same thing happened in Europe when Asia touched us. When Asia touched Europe and started the Black Death, and when it touched North Africa, and how quickly it spread through South Africa, and they never saw any of these people ever. It just jumped. And that's why, everybody's so afraid of stuff like COVID and that kind of thing, because in the past, it could spread where we have, a little bit easier now because we can tell each other about this. In the medieval times, you had people with town crier to run around, and I don't believe that dude. He's always yelling shit. He's always got something to say. Almond milkers.
Yeah.
Yep, we're still here, Rom. We're waiting.
Had to switch channels.
We switched channels. We're back now. Goat's milk cheese is really good. I've had goose eggs. I've never had a duck egg. I've heard they're really good though, and that you can. They're better for you to make cakes out of because they have a little higher fat content.
Oh.
And so it helps make the cakes softer and fluffier. See, I never thought I'd use that bit of information from the Great British Bake Off. There it is.
I love that show. Yeah.
No information is useless.
I was surprised. Ball milk.
Well,
no, you're not.
We're definitely still talking about milk balls. Which malted milk balls are wonderful too.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, I love historical films. That's what my degree's in, is history and political science, and I love history, especially Victorian age history, because that's when the world completely changed. Everything during Victoria's reign, we went from basically nothing to manufacturing almost in the way we know it today. Giant steam mills and all this stuff, and world changing technologies of, the radio was just around the corner, and the telegraph was already here, and the telephone was nuts. Ooh, that would be cool. I do not know a lot about that. That would be interesting. Luke, maybe I'll have to maybe have you come on and we could talk some medieval philosophy. That'll draw a crowd. I love anything history. Until the History Channel went on us.
Aliens.
Yeah, aliens and gold men and axemen and searching for that damn pirate treasure for 7 seasons. Wild pigs are nuts. It's kind of like when we, and there's a lot of, going back and looking at history is always interesting because you have instances where people blame things for people for stuff. They didn't necessarily know what they were doing back then to start with. They didn't know that bringing rabbits to Australia would be an absolute environmental disaster for that place, or frogs. And, you just have no clue what that's going to do. We didn't know what bringing this Japanese vine, because it looks pretty, into the West Coast looks like. Now it's taking over things, and it's a horrible invasive species. And we do that all the time all over the planet because it looks pretty, or we want to take our cats with us. Well, America didn't have cats, really, not in the way we know them, or horses. The horses had been extinct for like 4,000 years before the Spanish brought them over. And look how that, within less than 100 years, completely changed the lives of the first peoples across this entire continent. Horses spread incredibly fast. Oh yeah. Yep. And then sheep. Toward the end, toward the 20th century, sheep was the big pusher, especially in England and really in Australia. Australia was built on the sheep industry, and there's a great series by Tony Robinson where he goes all over Australia. It's a great series, and it talks about every province or every state, I mean, in Australia, and really it's these 4,000 or 5,000 acre sheep farms that the queen's like, hey, yes, you may have that. What? Okay. And exporting all that stuff. I love history, and what I wanted to do was be a history teacher. I love history. I love letting people. I don't like the rewriting of history. History is history. There are different views of history, but it's not going to change the facts.
Yep.
You know, you can take the Holocaust that happened to the first peoples and you can blame it on whoever you want. Most people go to Columbus because that's the easy mark. It's actually the explorers that came after him who hit South America and Central America. He was a bad enough guy, but not for his time. I've always thought that you need to explain history through the eyes of the people who were there then. You can't take our way of thinking and apply it to somebody who lived in 482 AD and say, oh, you were a bad person because you didn't know that you should be treating all women as equals. That in most of the world, that would not have even been an idea that floated into their heads. Or how now people are attacking Lincoln for things he said. Well, he was an abolitionist, but he also didn't specifically come out and think that black people were necessarily equals. So, you know, Oak Island, that's it. My God. But have you ever seen Oak Island or know the story of Oak Island? So Oak Island is this island off Massachusetts or something like that. And it's supposed to have pirate treasure on it. Blackbeard's pirate treasure or the kid. And people have been digging and dying there for a long time, digging for this thing. And what keeps them going is they keep finding odd things. Like there's this mine shaft that's set up with booby traps that floods itself from the ocean a mile or so down the road. Well, who built that? Why did you build that? What's it hiding?
Yeah.
So then they break through the next layer, and they've gotten down to the point where they found like coins from the pirate era. Like I think they found a coin, and Dave's right. It's really just about some nails and wood. But again, why is that wood there? They found coconuts there. Why are there coconuts there? And so it spurred this stupid legend that there's treasure there. And I think Oak Island's on season 7.
Oh, Jesus.
And these guys have spent millions of dollars digging, and they found nothing. Nothing. Cool. I'll have to hit you up, Luke. Do you have a YouTube channel, or are you on if you're on Instagram, friend me on Instagram so we can chat. I'd love to talk about that. I'd love to hear anything about that. Like I said, I can't guarantee a huge audience, but there may be people who listen. A little lecture series would be great. And that's how I was taught history, is dates. Everything in U.S. history is generally taught in four-year blocks. You're always taught in the years of presidents for the most part, or you're in wars. You'll get the French and Indian War. You'll get the American Revolution. Then you kind of skip over a little bit of stuff. Then you get the Civil War. Then in a lot of my history classes, you just skipped over until you hit World War I. So all of reconciliation and all that stuff between the North and the South that never really happened because of Lincoln's assassination wasn't really covered that much. Randomly, I'd have a history teacher who said, and now, because it's never really taught, we're going to talk about what happened after the Civil War and how, Democrats of the time set up Jim Crow and why what happened to the South happened and why they still think they can win again. The lost cause is always something interesting. And then sometimes we just completely skip World War One and just jump right to World War II because that's the sexy war. It really is. There's great outfits. They go places. Sequels are always better than the original anyway. So World War One was kind of boring. It was slow. It had a lot of plot. There's a lot of characters to follow, and it doesn't really go anywhere. World War II, boom, right out of the gate. You're just right into the action. Poland, 38. Whoosh, here we go. And it has a good ending. Big Michael Bay ending. Nukes dropped everywhere. Everybody loves World War II. And then we kind of would gloss over Vietnam a little bit because that was still very, very fresh when I was in school. We'd only been out of Nam for less than 10 years. So that was always one of those weird things. No, they are not. Dave, have you seen the size of them in Texas? Those feral, they literally hunt them from helicopters because if they catch you, they will kill you and eat you. Pigs are nothing to be messed with. If they get out and they get feral, man, they are not nothing to mess with. Yep. It is. I actually do have some cool history figures that I'd like to find again. They were called History of the World figures, and they were 2-packs. And they had I think they had a Cornwallis and a Washington, and they had a Mayan or Aztec warrior along with the conquistador. And on the back, they had some of the story of what happened between those people when they met and things. And they had a Billy the Kid and another cowboy guy. That'd be cool. Luke, we've got to do this. I'll make sure to find time and we'll set something up. I don't even care if it's just you and me and maybe Brandon in the background listening. I love history. I love learning new things. And it sounds like you could teach me a lot of cool stuff. I love having interesting things because I never know when they're going to turn up in a trivia game. And I may need it.
I had a professor because I did 2 years of community college while I was in high school. And I had a professor that I had, I forget the name of the class, but it was heavily World War I and World War II. But the coolest thing was when we walked in, he said, I will not expect you to remember a certain date. We will go over the events and what caused them and talk about that. And it was so cool. Because I hadn't had a teacher that had done that before. It was very much, why is this date important? What date did this happen on and stuff like that. And it was never the, why did this event happen? It was what happened on this day. And then when I went to college, we had to have a perspective course, and mine was war and terrorism. And it was taught by a South Korean professor. And when we went there and he said something and they were like, oh, you're Korean? And he was like, yeah. And he made a joke about being from North Korea. And one of the kids was just like, whoa. And he was like, I'm just kidding. I'm from the South. I'm on your side. Like it was super funny, but we actually had to do it was a rotating panel, and we had to basically look at the perspective of a different group of people from a different point, and then explain what their thoughts were and their motivations and stuff like that. And it was pretty cool because it was basically role playing, and I definitely learned a lot. And that I thought I wanted to be a history teacher, and then
there's a lot of history. Well, of course, there's a lot of history. Remember, what's nice is America is relatively young, so we don't have to know a lot. However, I love British history, and there's a couple thousand years of that.
Yeah.
You know, I got several friends in England, and one of them constantly tells me, "I have a table older than your country." When we get into arguments about stuff, and I said, "Yes, but I'm a citizen and you're a subject, so there you go." So, yeah, that's and that's you can still look at things like, say, this big hoopla now all of a sudden about Disney Plus putting warning labels on Dumbo, on Peter Pan, on some of the Muppets episodes. Well, yeah, you can see going back how the crows in Dumbo are horribly racist.
Mm-hmm.
But those crows appear again in The Wiz, which was a black production of the Wizard of Oz. But you can't go back and use that and extrapolate that Disney and everybody who worked for him at that time was horrible white racists who are trying to take over the world, because they just spent 4 years trying to stop a guy who was an actual white supremacist from taking over the world. And they did their best with their work. Some of it was not propaganda is propaganda. And it's very hard to find. I do own it. It's called the War Years. And Disney actually put it out themselves, and it came with a documentary attached about how these cartoons are wrong. They were produced at the time, and it was mostly Japanese, against Japanese people, because that's really who we were fighting after Pearl Harbor and all that. And so you get these slanty-eyed, "Oh, Americans, I get you," that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And Warner Brothers was doing them too, and it was all propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
And they put a good disclaimer on it that said, "Look, this was how things were thought of at that time. That does not mean we need to hide from our history. We need to look it in the face and examine what we did and how we can be better." And that's where I think a lot of the social justice stuff goes off. I hate political talk. I'm sorry I got into this. But I think that's where they lose something, because they constantly want to use the past to beat people with, but we're not the past anymore. This isn't the 1960s. This isn't the 1860s. This isn't the 1760s. Mm-hmm. Times have changed, and everything is so much better. I mean, I come from a single parent family. My mom has worked hard all her life. I've always respected women, and it's foreign to my thinking that other people wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that the person I'm talking to is a bad person. That just means they haven't had the same life experiences. And I can't judge them because they haven't lived my life. You haven't lived my life. I haven't lived your life.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the Ark of the Covenant. It's in Ethiopia. We know right where it is. That one dude has it. The Jewish guys in Ethiopia. I love that special. That's a good one, because they're right on. I'm not absolutely positive they don't have it. They're the Templars. I love the Templars. The Dan Brown stuff. The whole Da
Vinci Code.
Yep. I love the Da Vinci Code because it's just utter crap from beginning to end. And I would get into arguments with people, and they're like, "But it says right here, all these things are real." No, they're not. Let's go page by page, and I'll go down and tell you how that didn't exist when supposedly this was written. Self-flooding mine, nice. Yeah, it's a self-flooding mine that supposedly, all these booby traps are so weird on that island. Yes. Tumbleweeds. They're becoming a real problem in Oklahoma at the moment. Coconut fiber, yeah. So there's layers of coconut fiber. Well, where'd they get all this coconut from? There aren't coconuts on that side of the United States. So they had to have come from South and Central America-ish or further. Oak Island is weird, and it's killed 13 people. And the legend, I think 13, and I think the legend says when 14 have died, the island will give up its treasure.
Huh.
So there's been a couple who are okay, Luke. So am I. I'm on 1000th Ghost on Discord. There's just nuts. Yep. There's an old docking thing. There's all this stuff that shows that there was some sort of something on this island that's never shown up on any other map. And it's weird. There is enough conspiracy theories about it to keep people going, and people have spent millions on this. And of course, now the History Channel spends most of that money to keep these guys going. Yep. Kind of like the priest who supposedly got super rich selling the secrets of the Vatican in Dan Brown's book.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And you have to look at history. It's not that there's only one history that's correct. There's no such thing as correct history because we weren't there. And you're using an absolute first-person account, or you have videotape of it. And even now, you can't believe videotape anymore. If anybody saw those deep fakes of Tom Cruise a week or two ago, those were incredible. Just absolutely, you'll never, ever believe anything you see again. It just cracks me up. But yeah, you've got to look at other things. You can't just look at the history book you're given. It is too political. There is no why or how exactly. It's not, you're always taught, this is going to sound really horrible. You're always taught Hitler was a horrible man who despised Jews and wanted to wipe them off the face of the earth. That's how you're generally explained Hitler. When you look at his background, there is the possibility that he's actually part Jewish.
Yep.
And that his father used to beat him. He wanted to be a painter, and some of his paintings are actually not bad. But at the time, he didn't get any support at all. He was kicked out of a couple art schools, and then he got sucked into World War I. Well, World War I was where he kind of found a little bit of a footing. Then he was gassed. And that's why Hitler yelled a lot. In his speeches and stuff, even though he had a microphone in front of him, he had to speak loudly, even in person with people, because the mustard gas had affected his throat. And then when he was recovering, he got sucked in by a couple people who were telling him, oh, the Jews did this and that and that. So there's all this backstory of why Hitler became the monster he is. Same with Stalin. Stalin wanted to be a priest. And again, you go back and it was a father who beat him. Saddam Hussein, same thing. And you get these, and that's where if you just get these little blurps of history and you don't get the backstory, characters' backstories are always more interesting than the character you're given.
Mm-hmm.
Kylo Ren is a Hot Topic manager. He's a horrible character. The EU is flushing him out and making him a character that you actually want to root for, to have Ben come back.
Mm-hmm.
There is, and I'm sorry if there are any Rylos, is that what they're called?
Raylo, yep.
Raylos here. There's no reason that woman should love him. There's no reason that woman should like him. In the first 2 or 3 days she met him, he killed her father figure, and literally his father, blew up 5 planets full of people, and mercilessly tortured her. Boyfriend material. And then they go on a couple cyber dates. I don't know, VR dates. I don't know what they were going on. And then suddenly she's all like, blah.
Or escape.
Yeah. Some sort of Zoom meeting. Wow, they were ahead of their time. They were the first COVID couple. Trademarked, I'm using that. But now, reading some of the new EU stuff, you see how Ben was kind of left alone. And Luke tried to help him, but Luke had other students he had to deal with. Leia was off doing her stuff in the Senate, and Han just picks up and leaves, which is uncharacteristically of him. That's why I didn't like the Disney sequels as much, as because they took each of the classic characters and took their characters and destroyed them. Leia's the only one who stayed true to her character.
Mm-hmm.
Han suddenly abandons his family and just disappears for 8 years. Well, that's nuts. Oh, I didn't know about the old smelter. Oh, geez. I'm telling you, I have a friend who watches Oak Island religiously, so I don't have to, and sends me these little blurbs. He can fit it in a Twitter tweet, exactly what happened on a 1-hour show. Hey, for 11 for me is a good night, especially after, almost 3 hours. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and we don't talk about that. We don't even really do the French and Indian War anymore. We don't do Prince. Now I forgot. This is what happens. My brain skips. We don't do those wars either. There are lots of little wars in America before we get to the American Revolution, which a lot of scholars aren't even sure if it was a real revolution, because we didn't really change a lot. We just simply changed some of the status quo. Didn't really change in America. Just part of our governmental system did.
Ooh.
Nice. I love Risk. I love playing Risk, and we tried to play Axis and Allies. Too much happens in that game. I can't keep track. It's a great game, but you have to keep track of your manufacturing so you can keep up your navy and stuff. You actually have to manufacture the stuff you own. So you're really not trying to take over countries as much as you're trying to take over manufacturing centers to stop that country from being able to actually war with you.
Wow.
And you develop weapons as you go along. It's pretty cool. But it's just too involved. I just like to play Risk and destroy everybody.
Sid Meier's Civilization 4? Yeah. 4 or 5.
Oof. Yeah, how quickly pigs can revert to their feral forms is scary. Less than a couple generations, and they'll be back to the way they were, wandering around. Yeah. Smirking and Brandon, there's a book called Forced Founders that I really liked. And it's basically a book about how the founding fathers didn't really want to go to war. They were forced into it. They were forced into it because they owed so much money to England. They were forced into it because of natives pushing back against colonization, and natives that were friendly to us pushing back against the French, and slavery in the South. And it's an interesting book that basically is the American Revolution would have never happened if Jefferson and others didn't have these huge outstanding debts that they owed to England. And it's a weird little, it's a good story. I really like it. Another one is called Churchill's War. Churchill's Folly. And it's about how England is in fact a horrible, evil place that created everything that's wrong with the entire world since 1918. Because they took what was the Ottoman Empire and the Persian Empire and they split it up. And England and Winston Churchill in particular helped to draw the lines of what are now Syria, Lebanon, Iran, Iraq, and the British, being the British, cut them up and deliberately in a way that would cause tension between other tribes, which is exactly what they did in England itself, and what they did in Ireland, what they did in India. It's just what the British do. But it's an interesting book because it really shows how just drawing that map after World War II created a ton of problems in that led to World War II and our issues now. And Dave, I think a lot of times that history is forgotten. Not as much as it used to be. When my mom went to school, First People's history was not taught really at all. You got the stuff about, coming in and taking the land and that kind of stuff. And you got westward expansion, but you never really got the real history of people like Black Kettle and, what really happened in Little Bighorn and all that stuff. And I did get a lot of that in elementary and middle school. I don't know if it's the schools I went to, but I went to school in Georgia and in Connecticut and Kansas and Indiana and Colorado. And I got kind of the same feeling from all of them. So it's, and in college, you do get more of the look how fucked we did, what we did, and how screwed up is this, and how are we not fixing this yet? Why are we still? And my Native American relations class in college was taught by a Native guy, and he is fully of that reservation should actually be eliminated because he feels they've actually harmed more people than helped, because there's now what he and everybody else calls the reservation mindset that you shouldn't leave because this is the only land you have now. And he says he gets that. His family are Cherokee. He gets all that, but you can't constantly live like that. And some of the reservations are so horrible, and it's, that needs to be taught. That needs to be shown. It needs to be shown that, okay, you people suck. So we're going to pick you all up and we're going to move you to Oklahoma because that place sucks. Oh, wait, we need Oklahoma for something. Okay, so we're going to pick you all up and move you to Arizona. And it's just East Coast natives who ended up in the middle of Colorado in some reservations and things. Like that's all that stuff needs to be a little more taught. It's not the dark corners. There's not a ton of dark corners of American history anymore, simply because people do get a lot of that in schools these days, because so much history is now social history instead of dates and time. Now you are taught a lot of that. And the losses on the plains hurt a lot, but it was mostly once, you see these horrible pictures of the buffalo being destroyed and going from several, possibly tens of millions of buffalo and wiping them almost to the point of extinction in less than 40 years is an incredible waste of resources. And that's another one of those things that you can look back on and that's, I don't care, maybe that I'm contradicting myself. I don't care who you are. That's fucking wasteful as shit, and you shouldn't be doing it. Why would you kill all those just so you can put other cows on? Learn to eat buffalo. It's good stuff. You have to cook it better because it's not as fatty, so you have to cook it better. But I mean, come on. Come on, guys. Really? They should release Song of the South, and they had thought of doing so. And apparently there's a pretty decent documentary that Disney was going to connect to it, talking about the rise of slavery and then how after the Civil War, things didn't change terribly much in the South, and how the sharecroppers were almost no better, white and black were no better than they were as slaves in the first place. And because you still have these big people controlling everything. And apparently that documentary was done and ready to go. And then NAACP and a couple others, Bill Cosby, stepped in and was like, we really don't want this out there. And have you seen Song of the South?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, none of your generation would have. My generation was was the last to have it in theaters. I've seen it in a theater, and I like the film. It's racist because of the main character, Uncle Remus, but Uncle Remus isn't racist. It's sharecropper bit of him, because he's on the big plantation that's trying to, come back after the war. And his story that he tells about Brer Rabbit and Brer Fox, those were real stories written by a African American gentleman. They're very popular. And that's why because Disney was raised on those stories. That's why he made Song of the South. And, I don't think it's apart from things I've seen, I don't think people would find it as racist as they think they would find it if they actually saw it. Apart from their accents, I don't think there's really anything that I can remember as horrible as the crows in Dumbo, which are just bad.
Yeah.
But those crows were actually meant to be mocking Jim Crow. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they're really weird. And you don't ever see them. You don't see Disney characters like this. Donald's the only one who's actually in them. The others they actually created new people for. And Donald is actually having a nightmare about working in a Nazi factory. Mm-hmm. They're really, really weird. Yep. And that's how, because this is truth, because a lot of the animators and stuff are Jewish. They would be disqualified from being in the military at the time, or they couldn't get in because of something wrong with them. So the artists and Disney wanted to help with the war effort in some way. So they made training films, how to jump out of airplanes, all kinds of things, apart from these propaganda cartoons. And so did Warner Brothers and MGM. They all had, that was how they helped the war effort. Yeah, if you look hard, you can find some, but every time they pop up on YouTube, they're crushed. Yeah. Yeah, very true. Yeah, I can't even watch my copy because it's actually on what's called PAL, which is a different version of VHS that they had in Europe that we don't have here. My PAL player doesn't work anymore. Yep, it was horrible stuff. Us humans moving into gassing people and nuclear arms is horrible. Luckily we've never done anything with nukes before. Yeah. True. Stalin. There's a great video. I think it's called Casualties of World War II, that shows everybody who died. And Russia, rah America, we came in, we saved everybody, blah blah blah. Bullshit. We came in and pushed Hitler. Stalin crushed him. Stalin lost 23 million people in World War II. We lost 570,000. No, of course, we're out in the middle of nowhere, so they couldn't attack us. But, it's staggering the amount of people the Russians poured into the Eastern Front to stop Hitler. And there were always more people. It's amazing the amount of people that were pushed into there. Yeah, I love a lot of the old silly symphonies, and a lot of them do because of their time. They'd be considered racist or stupid now. Well, we have Cruella coming, and the next one in pre-production is Ursula. So I don't know why Disney thinks we need origin stories. Oh, no, that's not true. The next one is Gaston, the Gaston television series for Disney Plus. It's Gaston and LeFou, who apparently are either going to be just getting out of the war, or we get to see him during the war while he gets his PTSD, which is why he's a jerk. So I don't know why Disney thinks we need origin stories for villains. I don't care why they're evil. I don't. I don't need. What are we going to get? A Captain Hook one next? It's nuts. But maybe we should cut this short. Short 5 hours. We are going to hit. We got to go for like another 20 minutes and crush Papa's record. Yeah, we already got Darth Vader's, origin story. He's just a little boy who hates sand. Why can't you get with that? Come on. I think the worst thing they did to Anakin Skywalker is allow him to be called Annie. I really, and that could have been handled much better by putting time breaks between the movies. If they would have let 2 years go between the movies to let the comics and the EU do some stuff to show why she might like Ben, having Princess Leia talk about Ben and what a good person he was and how he's been turned by, this nothing character now, Snoke. But that would have meant that they had to have a plan, and they had no plan. And without a plan, that's what you get. I probably actually would watch Oak Island if anything ever happened, and I keep telling my friend who watches this, stop watching it. They didn't find anything. What do you mean they didn't find anything this season? Because if something was found on Oak Island, it would be on CNN. History Channel wouldn't be able to tell the news reporters, no, you can't talk about this for 3 weeks because we need a season finale. Yeah, and that's what we did. We split up the Ottoman Empire, and we split up the Persian Empire, and we took the Shiites and the Shia, and we gave both of them weapons. We repeated the exact same mistake in Afghanistan, where we gave the Mujahideen weapons to fight against the Russians. And we repeated the same mistake in Iran, where we backed the Shah instead of backing the rebellion that was trying to get rid of the Shah. We've made the same mistake in the Middle East between us and the British for over 100 years now, and we just can't seem to walk away. If Alexander the Great couldn't take Afghanistan, if Hitler couldn't take Afghanistan, if the Mongols couldn't take Afghanistan, if anybody was going to take over Afghanistan, you would have thought it was the Mongols. Nope, they pretty much stayed clear of that area. And everybody just walks in there and thinks they're going to change people. And it's like, no, you can't. That, first of all, it's not your right to change people. But forever, we've been doing that. That's what's nice is with the internet, there's almost too much knowledge, especially if you go down into the conspiracy holes. Let's just say man never walked on the moon. You could dig for that and dig, and you'll find exactly what you need to prove your point. And then I'll say, yeah, we did. And you have nothing to come back for. Conspiracy theories are hilarious. Hey, what's up, GLH? Hey,
Aaron.
Are you checking in? Did you get home from work? Have we been on that long that you're actually back? Yep. And that's, they and every time they've used Brer Rabbit or Brer Fox or anything like that in a cartoon ever since then, they don't have those thick accents anymore. They don't they don't have the Jar Jar accent. I think that's one of the things that went wrong with Jar Jar is for some reason that accent, that step and fetch accent got put in, and that ruined it. I've seen people who have went back through and they've redubbed him in some sort of alien voice. That works. every scene with Jar Jar doesn't annoy you anymore. It's weird how just putting subtitles under the characters worked.
Oh.
Yep, that's the Disney Treasures CDs, the DVDs. Those were brilliant because they put all this stuff out. They had put some of the Zorro show they did, Mickey Mouse Club, all kinds of stuff that hasn't been released by Disney for years, and they put it all out. Gone with the Wind. Do not watch Gone with the Wind, Brandon. That movie is another one that's an hour longer than it needs to be too. Plus, it's a whole bunch of Southern propaganda crap, But yeah, and with no shoes in the middle of winter, man. Yes, based on real events that there was a civil war in America, and Atlanta may or may not have been burned down. I'd say that's about as far as Gone with the Wind gets sometimes. There's a lot of other stuff in there, and of course, Gone with the Wind is now, you can't show that because of the portrayal of African Americans in it. Well, guess who won an Oscar for her portrayal of an African American woman in that movie? The first Black woman to ever win an Oscar was for Gone with the Wind. And when they were trying to erase that, people pointed that out and said she was proud of her performance in that movie, and that was the only acting thing Gone with the Wind got. Everything else was production and stuff. That's because they've run out of ideas. When you run out of ideas, you either turn things into cartoons, you turn them into television series, or you make them live action. And that's what you get. Wow. Cool.
Wow.
That's neat. And see, we don't have that kind of history anymore. This is what, Luke, and you might think I'll have to get down to the comments, but I got to speed through the comments to get back down to new people. I'm afraid of history now because we don't have written history really. Apart from books that are put out, who keeps a journal anymore? Who writes handwritten letters anymore? If I'm on the front, I can still call from home. I don't need to write a letter to my mom. I might anyway, but you're not going to get these. This will never happen again. This book of Russians and Germans, you're never going to get an Al Qaeda versus America book like this, where you get to see the war from both sides as they're fighting each other. That would be amazing to read. That's the kind of history I would love to see. Really done something good on the History Channel. Although there is that new Curiosity stream, and they've got a lot of great documentaries on that thing. The only one I liked so far, these Disney remakes, is Jungle Book. That one was really good.
I haven't seen that. Hook.
We did get Hook, and I like Hook. I
love Hook.
Hook got a bad rap when it came out. I've got Hook figures. At some point that'll be another little video.
I have the Hook video game for Super Nintendo.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Smooth Criminal. Well, and the History Channel, maybe, or the BBC, has actually done one that followed Stalin and Hitler's lives.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, it was actually really well made.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what it was called at this point, but it was cool. Good. I'm glad. I mean, there are 12 people here, not horribly bored, which is amazing. My mom loves Jar Jar. her biggest thing when she saw Force Awakens was where's Jar Jar?
Yeah,
And
I remember you saying
then
that.
I was like, I don't know what happened to Jar Jar. And then she saw the second one. She was like, where's Jar Jar? Then I knew what had happened to Jar Jar, and I told her. She was not happy. And then she was super happy at the end of the third one when there was an Ewok, because that's what she really wanted, was more Ewoks. And I was like, stay around. Well, where are they? Aren't we on Endor? I said, I don't honestly know if we're on Endor, if we're near Endor. I don't know where we are at the moment. We're someplace with trees where the Death Star crashed. And she's like, oh, look, there he is. She was all happy when Wicket showed up. Nice. Then I had to explain that that's actually Warwick Davis and his son.
Yep.
And she was like, oh, that's so sweet. Yep. I need to get that. I've got a friend in England who could probably get it for me and ship it to me every so often. I loved going to the museums in England, mostly because they've had the time and energy to rape the planet for 1,000 years. So they have all kinds of great stuff. The Egypt exhibit at the British Museum is incredible, for as long as it's going to stay, because now Egypt and other countries are like, can we have our stuff back?
Yep.
And England's like, what stuff? What? The Rosetta Stone? What? Oh, I hear you can get Rosetta Stone free for 6 weeks if you. All right. What?
That was one of my favorite parts of Black Panther, was the whole history stuff and the Killmonger at the museum.
Yep.
I
loved that, but at the same time, I was like, I did not like, and one EM pulse takes care of all those. All those instant message and text are gone, and we're back to oral history. What I did not like about Black Panther was Wakanda there was not enough of Wakanda has deliberately stayed out of world events, has deliberately let slavery happen. I mean, Killmonger did come down on him a little bit, but he wasn't like, you deliberately let World War I happen. You deliberately let World War II happen. This is where I have a problem with Captain America going back and having a nice life again. That means he deliberately let JFK die. He deliberately let 9/11 happen. He deliberately let the Oklahoma bombings happen. He had to make these choices so that the timeline didn't change, and that's something he has to live with. But I don't like that that's the choice they made. It's a wonderful ending to the movie with him and her dancing.
Yep.
But, it opens up a plot hole. Yeah. Yeah, it really was. If you get a chance to watch any of those remakes, The Jungle Book was the best. Cinderella was pretty good, but I didn't like either of Maleficent, and I didn't like The Lion King because the animals just looked weird. Just weird. Yeah. Well, you gotta. Trying to think I think it's the Kingsman. The Kingsman prequel that's eventually coming. I don't know when it's got pushed to now. I think it's January of next year. I think Rasputin is the villain in that movie. So you do have a villain character from history who's going to get an action movie. So that'll be interesting. And I think a lot of people like history. They just have been taught it wrong.
Yep.
There. It's right there. I see him. It's right there. And you really have to teach to, like, I have a kind of slight weird dyslexia, so I don't remember numbers very well. Math is very hard for me for some reason.
Yep.
And so I can't learn dates incredibly well. So I know about when things happened, unless they're super duper events like Kennedy being assassinated or, Pearl Harbor, that kind of stuff. But I couldn't tell you when the Battle of Stalingrad was. I could tell you when it happened in the war and about what month, but I couldn't give you the dates. And that's just how to teach that's the hardest part of teaching, is trying to find out how kids learn, and teaching so everybody's learning. The Smithsonian is fun. I liked, for some reason, and it's probably because I like this part of history, the Royal Albert and Victoria Museum in England. And it's actually located real close to Royal Albert Hall. And they've preserved whole rooms exactly as they were in different homes around the country. They literally took the wallpaper off the walls and have rooms set up, and then they've got all this other incredible stuff from the Victorian era all over, and it's an incredible museum, and it's free, absolutely free. You can just give money if you want to. Really? I did not know that. I knew that Stalin and Lenin were together, but I did not know about Hitler and Mussolini. Mussolini hated Hitler, thought he was a little douchebag. But, that's coming from Mussolini. So, cool. I did not know that was all online. I'll have to do that. I know they put all the Pathé videos, all their film is now available for free to watch. So you can watch everything that was basically newsreels and things like that, all the way back to the creation of film. And it's really cool. They've got you can see 1840s London and what it looked like at the time. It's cool. Anything made by Mel Brooks today, I think you're going to see all the raunchy comedies of the 80s would be pulled away in 40 years. Things like Porky's, Breakfast Club, all that kind of stuff would go away. I even think stuff like American History X, things like that, most of Spike Lee's stuff would be considered far too racist in 40 years, because of the way not only the characters treat each other, but because of the production behind it. Disney stuff, I don't know. It's hard to tell. It really is, because the social justice stuff turns it on itself so often. And so you're not sure really what's going on or what is and isn't acceptable anymore. So I don't know. In 40 years, that's a long time. That's a very tough question. That is very true. With the way things are going, it'll be interesting to see what art is allowed and what isn't. Yep, there's Blazing Saddles. Yep, anything by Mel Brooks. I don't see how, and you kind of see them falling away, but there's really no reason shows like Sanford and Son or The Jeffersons should be rerunning on television at all. By today's standards, they're incredibly racist. I mean, on the Sanford and Son, they use the N-word a lot and other epithets for different people. Oh, yeah. I still don't know why he got involved with Franco. That just power playing stuff and moving stuff along, Wow, that would have been interesting. Hanging Mussolini. Yeah, Vienna. Yeah, that was the Austrian capital. Well, it still is, I think. Yeah, I don't think they moved it. Yes, and Coco and Book of Life have been looked at as Disney was attacked for cultural appropriation. But most of the cast is Hispanic. Mm-hmm. The director, I think, was Hispanic. The songs were written by Hispanic people. I don't know. Maybe it could definitely be looked at as poor representation in the future. But by then there'll be like 4 Cocos and we won't have to worry about it. Or another show, it's always amazing to me, shows that can actually get made. How did somebody pitch the idea of Hogan's Heroes and get it made? By Bing Crosby, who produced the show, starring the guy who played Lemieux, the short French guy. He was a Holocaust concentration camp survivor, which is why you never see him without his coat, because he has his tattoo on his arm.
Oh.
How and that was, and the guy who played Colonel Klink, he said he would do it under one condition, is the Nazis never win. The Nazis always look stupid. The Nazis are always the trash they were. Mm-hmm. And it's weird that even, that was less than 15 years after the war, and we're making a comedy about it. It was weird. It would be cool if Mussolini was there. I know Stalin and Lenin were there. Yeah, and you can't, if you block yourself from something, then you can't learn about it. If you just suddenly say, well, I don't want to learn about slavery, so I'm never going to watch Roots. You want to talk about a cultural revolution. Watching Roots live on television broke a lot of people. That was the closest thing to real, watching LeVar Burton get whipped like that and screaming, and he wouldn't change his name. And we saw that on national television. I don't even know, when they tried to remake Roots for the History Channel, it was crap. They tried to make it even more, oh, well, Roots did this, so we have to do this. And it's like, can't you just do the book, do the story properly? It was already horrific once, Yeah, he was in Vienna for painting. And oh, there you go. Yep. Definitely Married with Children would have to go. It's not really rerun a lot anyway. But now that Disney owns it, you don't see it on Disney Plus anywhere. So we'll see if that shows up anyway. Sons of Anarchy. Yeah. But see, I don't see that remaining a thing in the consciousness at all. It's a show that's over. And apart from the other show, honey, I'm home. That's horrible. Did you see what was Tiki's movie? One recently with Hitler in it. Jojo Rabbit.
I haven't seen it.
Jojo Rabbit was hilarious. It's about a little boy who's been kind of suckered into the Nazi youth, and his imaginary friend is Hitler. And it's a riot, because then his mom actually hides a Jewish girl, and they form a friendship and stuff, and she's trying to teach him, no, these people are horrible. This is not who you are, Jojo. And it's actually a really good movie. And it's another one in the vein of like the producers and stuff, where, yeah, you don't give them an inch. You treat the Nazis like they were. And, that it's pretty good. You mean, how does that get made? A test screen. Wow. Yeah. And Roots was hard. I'd say the only other thing I'd ever watched in my life that struck me that hard when I was a kid was a movie called The Day After. The Day After was about the day after a nuclear bomb, about everything. And it's, watching it now, it's kind of cheesy, but we'd never seen effects like that before. We'd never seen people just basically vaporized. And it was on national television, and it was an event, and we were actually required to watch it for school. Wow. It was crazy. And it's about life in Lawrence, Kansas, after Kansas City has been hit by a nuclear bomb, and trying to recover and all that. It's that and Roots I remember really well. Yep. And it's not as hard of a watch anymore now that you've seen it. But back when I first, I was 10, 12, something like that, and I didn't know this. I didn't want to watch people get whipped.
I think the movie that we watched in 7th grade was Schindler's List.
Oh yeah, that's the movie that broke Spielberg. If you watch everything he's done since Schindler's List and everything he did it before, he's two different filmmakers. And I will die on this hill. Doing Schindler's List hurt him so much in his soul that it actually broke him as a director. He hasn't ever really done anything fun since then. Before it's Close Encounters, it's Indiana Jones, it's Jaws, it's 1941, it's all this stuff after it, and Jurassic Park. After Schindler's List, it's Saving Private Ryan, and all these other stuff. And it's like, when he tries to do something fun, he tried to do Ready Player One, and it didn't work. I don't think he's the same Spielberg, which is good. It also let George Lucas finish Jurassic Park for him, which Lucas did most of the editing, which you can tell. When you get toward the end of the movie and the movie its pacing starts picking up a lot more, that's when Lucas took over the editing of the film. And so he was making his quick cuts that he usually does, and because Spielberg couldn't get back in time, so he had Lucas go finish up his film. Just like apparently under the cover, Spielberg directed a couple scenes of episode 3. Yeah. And that Britain didn't fall is, as to their spirit and, but whatever we hit in the chat, we move from conversation to conversation. But yeah, A Grave of the Fireflies is hard. That's the decision to drop the bombs is something always is going to be there. Yep. If you haven't seen that, Brandon, it's a hard watch, but it's good. Schindler's List was really bad. It was, not bad, but sad. Oh, Old Yeller. Oh. And then, so for some reason, we had to read Where the Red Fern Grows. We had to read Sounder. And then we watched Old Yeller all in one quarter in class. I'm like, why are we killing puppies? Why? Quit killing. Damn it, Salacious. Quit killing puppies. And then I went over to Mark's stream today and he's killing puppies. Damn it. Yeah. And those are big world events that you just kind of you always wonder about. My grandfather fought in Korea, and my father would have fought in Nam, but he got hurt, so he didn't go. But actually, my great uncle, 3 or 4 grades, is actually Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh wow!
And I'm also related to Robert E. Lee on my grandmother's side. So his father was General Light Horse Harry Lee, who fought with Washington in the American Revolution. So my family's been in the country fighting on one side or the other for quite a while. Luckily, my grant side won out over my Lee side, but puppy murder. Yes, see, and now we're back to Watership Down, messing with people. That, I mean, God. Or there's an animated version of Animal Farm that is really disturbing too. I mean, the book's disturbing enough, but I haven't seen Dancer in the Dark. I don't know if I want to, but I might go back and look at that. Being hit in the face with horrible stuff like that sometimes is okay. Sometimes I'm just not in the mood for it. Kind of like this will probably not be popular either, but like Passion of the Christ. I really find I can only ever watch that film every 2 or 3 years around Easter, just because it's so violent and it's so hard to watch. And same with Schindler's List. I like Schindler's List, but I don't. Cool. And William the Conqueror, and Saving Private Ryan. It's not something I can actually watch. It's not movies you can watch and enjoy. They're made to make you think, made to make you stop. You know, who's watching Salad Fingers? I like rusty spoons. He had PTSD from World War I, apparently. Salad Fingers, that I've shown that to people, and people are like, "Whoa, that is really creepy. Where did you even find this?" It's like, some other disturbed person showed me, so now I'm showing you. Okay, I don't know that one. Salad Fingers. Out of a lab or out of a Labrador? Yeah, see, I don't like those kind of movies. I'm not a big animal being hurt person. I'm not, PETA or anything like that, but I don't like watching dogs get hurt or cats get hurt. Cool. Oh, there's where I was. Keeps jumping on me. Yep, it is proven that 93% of the people on Earth are related to Genghis Khan. It's amazing. Luckily, I don't have anybody who's currently in any type of politician. The rest of my family pretty much went to farming and ranching and was like, screw all that shit, and didn't follow the rest of it.
I haven't seen it.
Passion?
Yeah.
Passion is hard to watch. It's, yeah. Cool. Jeez. Yeah, there's a good chance that we might be related. Yeah. I'm not a hunter. My family are hunters, and that's fine. But I don't want to be a hunter. I don't need to be a hunter. There's a good chance everybody's a cousin of everybody. If you want to believe science and everything, then all of us come from somewhere in the middle of Ethiopia or the Sudan, and just no matter how, just keep going far back. Eventually, you'll find a relative. I got into that for a while, and I was able to trace my grandfather back to 1420 or something like that. Then the records just stopped, and there was a couple. It says fire in church, and no record. So, without an extra thing, it's it's hard to go back and do. Well, and my ancestry is messed up because until you get slightly further back, my grandfather's family is all Amish. So their names overlap a lot into other Amish families whose names also overlap a lot. So our tree kind of looks like a bush in little bits and then spreads back out into a tree, you know. Ooh, Kierkegaard? He was a philosopher, wasn't he? The name's very familiar. But I can't look it up because I can't get into my computer.
Yeah. Danish philosopher.
Yeah, I knew he was a philosopher. I couldn't remember where though.
Yeah.
In philosophy, that is a very blank spot in my history thing. I know generalized philosophy. Mostly my philosophy class was my philosophy teacher trying to prove that I didn't exist. And trying to say that basically once I left his eyesight, I didn't exist anymore because I only exist when he can see me. And I was like, no. If it was later in life, I would have said, what are you, a weeping angel? What are you? Come on. This is Doctor Who shit. I was like, no, I know I exist because I exist when I leave and I know I'm me. And he said, well, what if you only exist in other people's eyes when they can see you? I was like, this class is stupid. And basically walked out. Existentialism. Always fun. Yeah. And he was basically going on, and I was like, so basically, my retort was basically, so you're the center of the universe. The universe only exists as far as you can see it. And I said, but what about events that are actually happening in other places that you can see, that you don't see, that are then reported to you? He didn't have anything for that. Well, see, there's nothing wrong with watching Fight Club. I did used to watch Fight Club once every couple weeks. I love that movie. I had a friend who we went and saw it at opening night, and I saw the first blip. Have you seen the movie?
Yeah.
Okay. So I saw the first blip of Brad Pitt, and I was like, I turned to him and I said, so was that Brad Pitt? He said, what? I said, that guy who just popped onto the screen. And then he walks onto the plane. I'm like, he doesn't exist, does he? What? I said, Brad Pitt isn't a real character in this movie. Look how nobody's looking at him. And nobody's touching him. And he's only talking to Ed Norton. Why don't we know Ed Norton's name? Because he's called the narrator. His name is never known. We only know one character's name, and that's Tyler Durden. And, yeah, exactly. Now we're talking about Fight Club, and that was the one rule. Now I'm going to get my ass kicked again this week. God damn it. The best part is if you rewatch it, once they're done with, they go to the dining, could all open our own casinos in our basements. Once they threaten the mayor or whatever, and they're all in their tuxedos and stuff, if you watch the movie again and they're all running out, watch Meatloaf. His fat suit falls off because by that time of the shooting, he'd lost too much weight. And so he had to wear a fat suit, and it falls down, and he's desperately trying to pull his fat suit back up as he runs. It's hilarious. Yeah, he was a weird. I really didn't like that class, so I got out of it. I ended up taking a um, Mexican American relations class instead, which I really liked. Barney's Day at the Zoo. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did they go somewhere? I love Grape Nuts. Death to Smoochie is highly underrated. It is a great movie. It's dark. It's a black comedy, and not black as an African American. It's a dark comedy. Yeah, I wish we'd follow our treaties. That'd be sweet. And Trump started fixing some of that stuff, and then all of a sudden that just stopped happening. I don't know why. He got a whole bunch of new money for a whole bunch of the tribes that were getting screwed out of stuff, and he sent a whole bunch of money to native schools, and then all of a sudden that whole program just died. His name is Robert Paulson. See, Dave? Yeah, we should probably stop here shortly. Oh, it's 9:30. Holy shit. I love Hot Fuzz. I was not a big fan of That World's End. It was okay, but it wasn't as great as Hot Fuzz or Shaun of the Dead.
Right.
Sometimes I think they were making a film just to finish the trilogy so people would shut up and leave them alone. But I love Hot Fuzz. Great movie.
Yep.
Have you ever fired two guns whilst jumping in the air simultaneously? No. Oh, have you ever fired a gun in the air? What? No. That movie is just a blast. I miss it. And Nick Frost and Simon Pegg are both in Spaced.
Oh,
so
cool.
It's and you'll see recurring characters in Space that are in their movies. So it's Space is a good time. But all right. The 9 of you who are remaining, you are truly stalwart. We have tried to get rid of you. We have talked about the most mundane things. We have talked about balls on our faces. We have talked about history. We've talked about everything, and you will not go away. So I'm going to have to end the stream for you. You win. You have broke me. So, Ewok, thank you for having me on your channel. Thank you for coming over here. Hopefully you can figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
That's a weird thing. You know, every once in a while I did hear an echo off you, but only for like one word. And then it went away again.
Yeah, like so if I talk. Know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird. So, good night, guys. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging out with all of us. We'll have to do this again sometime. And just let's see if we can beat that. So that'd be almost 6.5 hours then, right? You'd have to see what your stream ended at.
Let's see here.
I think we're going to need Shabby if we want to break it. We need a third person to bounce stuff off of. Or sleeping.
2 hours and 4 minutes.
2 hours and 4 minutes. So that's 5 hours and 40. Okay, should we stay for another 10 minutes and get to the whole 6 hours? Who wants us to stay on for 10 more minutes and talk about something? If you want us to go away, say go away. If you want us to stay, say stay. If you can't type, wake up. And you've left your phone running.
Do it. Might as well.
So, what is your favorite television series? Like, what's something you could literally turn around and just start watching right now?
I don't know. I honestly don't. Like,
my two are at the moment a big Bob's Burgers.
Oh God!
And Two Broke Girls.
I've never seen.
Two Broke Girls is a dumb show. It's about these two girls who want to open up a cupcake store, and it's just dumb. But it's a dumb comedy that you can just watch, and you don't have to worry about stuff. And I love Bob's Burgers.
Yep,
it's just a wonderful show. Original Twin Peaks or the sequel? I love that show. I don't know what happened to that movie either. That movie was supposed to be out last year, but it's animated, and I don't know why it would have been. Who knows? So I've never been able to get into anime. Brandon, what about you?
Not really.
Yeah.
When
I was a kid, anime was kind of big, but that's because we were importing so much stuff from Japan. So we had Transor Z, and we had Battle of the Planets, and we had Voltron, of course, was an import. Robotech, original Dragon Ball, if that show ever that goes on and on and on. And so we saw that kind of stuff, but I've never been able to get into like Cowboy Bebop or One Punch or any. I try. Maybe I don't have the attention span for it.
I did watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. And that was one that I enjoyed a lot.
People keep telling me I should watch Attack on Titan. And I'm like, okay, it's added to, like, you have a list. It's added to the list in the back of my head, and on my Netflix queue, I've got a whole bunch of stuff I should be watching, including this. I'm told I should watch Schitt's Creek, that it's a very funny show, and I would enjoy it greatly. So I'm probably gonna. Well, I didn't watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier yet.
Ooh.
So I got to catch up on that tomorrow because there's a new episode Friday.
Yep.
So I need to catch up on that tomorrow. But cool. That'd be great. All of it in the books. Twin Peaks is always going to be confusing. Really, honestly, we didn't mean to go this long. We just I kept babbling.
Wow.
I have been known to tangent. Nice. Lensman, I remember that. No. There'll always be more. Yes.
Dead to Me.
I love Dead to Dead to Me. I thought you meant Dead Like Me.
I've seen Dead Like Me.
Did you watch the movie? Don't. There were 2 episodes and then a movie, and in the movie, Mandy Patinkin isn't in it. Half the original cast isn't in it anymore.
Right.
They basically make her the new head death person. It wasn't good. It pretty much kind of ruined the show. Oh. And so I kind of like now this is a guilty pleasure. This is a show I love, and I don't know why. I really wish I didn't like it so much. Gilmore Girls.
I love Gilmore Girls.
I love Gilmore Girls.
Yep.
Team Dean all the way. But Dead to Me, okay, from Freaks and Geeks. Huh, okay. I'll have to look into that. I love Christina Applegate. Have since forever. I don't know that one either. Super Saiyans.
Is that the one with the monkey tail and the red hair?
I think so. Yeah, I got into Gilmore Girls because I was told I would like it, and I did. I love the writing. It's so stiffy, so I love both the actresses. I think they did a good job. I love most of the cast. There's almost no member of the cast I don't like.
Yep.
There are a couple characters I hate,
right.
But cast is always good. But, you know, I have Gilmore Girls and I have the Dawson's Peak Pops. So there you go. Yep, it is the monkey one.
Nice.
So Lauren Graham is she's super hot. I love her. She's great. She's funny. She's good in everything she does. I've listened to her autobiography. I could listen to her talk for hours. And I loved the whole thing between her and Luke. And, you know, it was a good show. And then season 7 kind of ruined things.
Yeah.
And then the movies came out, and I liked the movies, but I did not like the way they destroyed Rory's character.
Right.
Welcome to 1000 Ghosts live chat, where we're here with Apprentice Ewok, and we're going to talk about how Gilmore Girls ruined Rory's character. She was such a good character, and then she went to work for the Obama administration, and then she quit and went and became a journalist, sort of. She's having an affair with a guy while she literally, for Golden Girls is always great, while she literally forgets that she has a new boyfriend for every episode of that show, comes home and has an affair with who knows who's that kid is, you know, at the end, you know, and runs into Dean and, you know, all that, because it was great to have Padalecki back for one episode at least. And everything with Rory ruined that. Everything outside of it worked okay. But I have a big question for you. If you've thought about this at all, which you haven't, because these are things my mind hits on that nobody else does.
I'm ready.
Why don't Lorelai and Rory have any money? By now, Lorelai has had the hotel running for years. Seems to still be doing really well.
Yeah.
Seems to be able to hire really good chefs. She has no money to buy this new place that she wants. Rory lives out of a suitcase, doesn't have a job. I see why she has no money. A, what happened to the trust fund her great-grandmother set up for her in season 2? B, Richard's dead. Where did all his money go? Did he not leave any money to Rory or Lorelai? Do we really believe that? And to me, that was just a plot hole I couldn't get around. Was why don't they have money? Richard would have left them something. You know, they didn't just have that one house. They had to have had, because they talked about him going to the mountains and stuff, so they had to have something out here. You know, I Love Lucy is great. My mom loves Seventh Heaven. Yep. Oh, Murder, She Wrote's always good. My friend in England has a theory that she was actually a serial killer who would randomly kill people and then blame other people. And that's how she got to kill people all the time. Like, sound theory. Works for me. Monk. I love Monk. Cheers. Cheers is a pretty good show. Yeah. Love Boat. Love Boat and Fantasy Island were two weird shows that could just be anything they wanted every episode. But yeah, that was my main problem with, and then the show ends with Rory being pregnant. And they're like, oh, it bookends how it happened. But no, because Lorelai was 16 when she got pregnant and Rory's 30 something.
Yeah.
And is still making horrible decisions in her life. Yeah. Which she never used to really do. Horrible things accidentally kind of came their way. But, you know, MASH. We watch MASH. We used to watch MASH every night because it came on right after the news. And we would watch MASH. And then I would go upstairs and I would click to PBS where I'd watch a show called Are You Being Served? which is a great British show about people who work in a retail store. And it's always great. Dexter, I don't know why Dexter is coming back. I don't understand it. I don't want it back. Dexter ended fine. Gilligan's Island is great, especially Harlem Globetrotters on Gilligan's Island. That's a great movie. Yeah, we won't tell. Then I won't tell you how Dexter ends, but it's coming back. So Seinfeld was a show I could never get into. I try, or I randomly find episodes I like, but I don't ever watch it long enough to really find something I like. Jag had a couple good reasons for watching that show, and the beginning of the Jag/NCIS Hawaii 5-0 Magnum PI shared universe. So technically now NCIS is actually a spin-off of Jag, and then NCIS Los Angeles and Hawaii 5-0, and then the new Magnum PI.
Wow.
Yeah, that adopted sister thing, that wasn't so good. We all miss Alex. Alex was a good guy. You really never heard anything horrible about him. You don't hear anything horrible about him or Pat Sajak, which is odd because Pat Sajak's kind of a conservative, or at least libertarian, so you would think they'd attack him a lot. But have you seen What We Do in the Shadows?
I've seen bits of it.
That's a funny show. I like it. The movie was great, and the TV show is pretty funny. Yeah. No, pretty much. If I'm going to sit down and just have, something to eat or something before I come to a stream or do something, I'll turn on a Bob's Burger episode because it's 22 minutes. I can do whatever I'm doing. I can watch another episode. It used to be Futurama. I used to rewatch the hell out of Futurama. And then I had the discs, and then I started rewatching all of them with all the commentaries over and over again.
Oh, wow.
And, Okay. So, Brandon, have you ever heard the theory that almost every television show on the planet is actually connected?
No.
Okay. So, buckle up, boys and girls.
Oh, jeez.
This is, I'm not sure the exact name of it, but I know it as the St. Elsewhere conundrum. Okay. Their St. Elsewhere was a television series about some doctors who, it's in a hospital and blah, blah, blah. The show ends with them looking out a window in the snow, and the camera pulls back and pulls back and pulls back. And they're actually a little hospital inside a snow globe. And it's this autistic boy who's shaking the snowball and making St. Elsewhere happen. Now, the problem with that not being that the whole show is just a dream, it's that those characters all crossed over into other shows, including things like Homicide, Cheers, The X-Files, and things like that. Other characters from those shows, like David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson, were themselves Scolder and Mully on The Simpsons, which means The Simpsons is also part of this kid's imagination. So all this stuff, because then shows that have been referenced in other shows must only be in his mind as well. And you can go through this and connect almost literally every television show to this one episode of St. Elsewhere. And it's all happening in this autistic kid's head. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, it really does do. that one meme of him going, oh, really, it's pretty much that. You should, dude. It's crazy. It's on Wikipedia. Hang on. I'll be right back. Let's see. St. Elsewhere. It's called the Tommy Westphall Theory. This is the Unified Television Universe Theory. And here is the website you can go to check it all out. It's a mental floss thing, and it explains basically that every show, from Cheers, St. Elsewhere, Frasier, because they were on Frasier, Wings, Homicide, The Wire, I Love Lucy, The Flash. I mean, this goes through even some Australian shows get pulled into this whole thing because they've guest starred on American shows. It's crazy. Yeah, and Tommy Westphall is the kid, and it's a crazy. People have made flow charts of how all shows are connected because of this, and it going all the way back to the beginning of television. So this kid has actually imagined all television, like from the Twilight Zone and I Love Lucy all the way up to possibly current day things that have already happened. Yeah, where's KHL now? He could be smoking something for this. He's in everything. Man, I want that Nicholson hot toy. So with that nugget of wisdom for you all to go and try and figure out how your favorite television show may be connected to the Tommy Westphall Theory. I bid you good night. Thank you all for hanging around forever. Brandon, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
We got 6 hours and 11 minutes if I got my time right. So we are in. We'll have to get Shabby in or get John in or somebody and see if we won't break this some Saturday or Sunday. So,
absolutely.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you later. See you guys. Catch you on the flip side.